it can be gross. Ready? Ready, go. M. See, it can be gross. Income is exactly right. Very well done. Yes.
Yep.
Perseverance. It's required trait in motorsports. Perhaps there's no greater friend to perseverance than rallies. They throw Earth's best drivers and machines into the planet's most exotic terrain, places like Indonesia, the Himalayas, rural China, New Zealand, and Kenya, home of the Safari Rally. Often considered one of the most difficult rallies, the course spans 3,000 kilometers in April of 1995. Historically, the champions of this race come from Africa or Europe. No one from Asia ever won Safari. Surprising some, Japanese driver Yoshio Fujimoto is showing promise. A team of Japan's finest engineers and crew members from across the world, with Sweden's Arne Hertz in the co-pilot chair and Fujimoto at the helm. You can see him glide through the plush, muddy turns, threading through Kenya's rural villages, often contending with a giraffe or zebra in the way. Fujimoto did not finish most of his races, placing far behind first whenever he found a checkered flag. Toyota sent Fujimoto to Kenya months in advance for practice, running the course 8 times. While totaling 24,000 kilometers in practice, a strikingly similar Celica started glowing across Japan's arcades. Millions of Japanese arcade-goers could experience the same thrill for just a handful of yen. The popularity of rally is soaring. Fujimoto uses tires with more durability but less grip. On day 3, he rolled the Celica. Fujimoto thought he was finished yet again. Fortunately, the crash only left cosmetic damage. He and Hertz got back on the road thinking now he has a chance to win. Hot off the dirt clouds of Sega's smash hit racer, it's almost as if the spirit of his home country is pushing Fujimoto to the top. Today, something inside him burns to persevere.
Very happy. I don't forget this winning.
An unsuspecting driver suddenly snagged the top spot, his first World Rally Championship victory. It's a remarkable feat. At the same time, Sega somehow managed to cram this experience of a 3,000-kilometer race into a 5-minute arcade game.
game is very unique form. All the time, changing and changing. Never stop. New technology is coming, but the basic design is in the human being. Desire, basic instinct. I think the game is kind of an art of that. Art of experience. Art of wants and desire. And basic instinct. So, I think this is kind of a mirror all the time of human being. So, maybe the new artists and the new creators, new game designers coming, and the future games much more exciting. I hope.
An artist will occasionally create the same piece more than once. A painter could lay out a landscape on oil and canvas, then try replicating the same work with watercolor. While they both come out with the same soul, details are going to be different because the tools and environment are not the same. We often hear this happen in music. A song recorded in studio may differ from a live performance of the same piece. It could be done with different equipment and perhaps with more improvisation. This can sort of happen in games. Porting a game from one machine to another will at least cause subtle differences in how it looks and plays, but they both typically share some of the same code. We saw this happen with Virtua Racing, when Sega of Japan asked an American dev house to port the racer to Saturn without a source code, giving them this arcade machine to eyeball the game physics. They had to make it from scratch. The original team and Saturn team were different people, separated by an ocean. The results are two very different games. But what happens when the same developers port their own arcade game to Saturn from scratch?
It's PandaMonium!
What don't we know about Sega in the 90s? What don't we appreciate?
Freedom?
Creative
freedom. Yeah. There was really good atmosphere. We had the competition, each other, but, cooperation and no senior, no teacher. Everybody 20s, was 20s, including me. And, that was very, good time.
Was it your favorite time in the game industry?
Yeah, but still keeping the same feeling.
Yeah, keep rolling, man.
Yeah, all the time, the new technology is coming and no teacher, for us, So all the time it's a new adventure. Very exciting.
It's the 70s. A boy in Hokkaido by the name of Tetsuya Mizuguchi wants to play baseball when he grows up, much like the Nippon Ham Fighters who hit the diamond in his locale. But right around 4th grade, he became fascinated with the video games at his friend's parents' toy shop. Inspired by the likes of R-Type, Xevious, and racing games, he would later attend Nihon University's College of Art to study the ever-growing intersections of media and technology. Already fascinated by the ideas of virtual reality, Mizuguchi's world forever changed the moment he laid eyes on this hulking beauty. The Sega R360, a masterpiece in arcade craftsmanship. Lucky arcade goers could strap in for a flight simulation, twisting, spinning, and flipping with the fighter jet, a rush unlike anything to grace arcades, even to this day.
and the huge giant the game, arcade game, and moving and rolling. And so when I saw that game, so wow, what is this? And so who made this? And I saw the logo. That was a Sega, SEGA, and so wow, what a cool, the production.
With practically no experience in the video game industry, the starry-eyed graduate marched his confident self into Sega HQ without an appointment. They told him he needed an appointment. So Mizuguchi booked a time with HR for what would become a rocky job interview. Sega was the only job he applied for at the time. Mizuguchi did the interview with Hisashi Suzuki, director of the R&D division. He told the boss he's unsatisfied with what video games are doing now. Some people bring a resume and maybe a one-page cover letter to their job interview. He brought his own 40-page document, forecasting the future of technological entertainment, talking a lot about virtual reality and NASA. Mizuguchi told Suzuki he likes their slogan, "We create play." Turns out that slogan belongs to Sega's arcade rival, Namco. Whoops. Regardless of smashing through the thin ice like a 2-ton piano, he firmly landed on a job. Sega put him to work on a virtual ride for their indoor amusement centers, known as Joypolis.
Ici, ce sont les pattes plutôt étranges. Enfin, grâce à elles, ça va déménager. Allez.
So, one of these rides puts passengers inside a large capsule with a big screen. The hydraulics of this machine would rock and tilt the capsule, in coordination with the video on screen. It was somewhat interactive, giving riders a sensation of being in the movie. This fit Mizuguchi's enthusiasm for virtual reality, put to use for his first Sega project, Megalopolis Tokyo City Battle. This neo-futuristic experience sends riders through a dystopian city and underground tunnels. Also, Michael Jackson was part of the pre-show experience.
Remember, our fate is in your hands. A shuttle will now commence re-entry sequence.
Can you settle this whole thing? He did contribute in some way to Sonic 3's soundtrack, right?
I think so.
Do you know how much?
I don't know.
Okay.
That was not my project.
Mizuguchi, newcomer Mia Kumagi, and a slew of other Sega staff would contribute to Yokohama Joypolis, the company's flagship indoor amusement park. Look at all this stuff. Rudimentary virtual reality experiences litter the floors of this building with occasional arcade machines. It was a 90s Sega paradise.
Virtual reality をマジで受け止めてますよ。
大丈夫ですか？
ひろこさん。ひろこさん。
ひろこちゃん、感想を聞かせてください。
リアルすぎます。
Fun fact.
One of Mizuguchi's first projects was, no joke, trying to make a VR headset out of disassembled Game Gear parts. He says no one asked him to do it. He just casually felt like whipping it up.
Visually, it was a hideous thing, but that was just my wish at the time. I created this thing and brought it to the board meeting. I explained that we could use this experiment to create a virtual reality headset, but nothing came of it at the time. That was my big motivation. I wanted to create VR.
By 1994, Sega was already well known for its racing games. This genre seems to be their preferred method of showing off new arcade hardware. Their Model 1 board pioneered good 3D with Virtua Racing. Utilizing textured polygons, Model 2 closely followed, with Daytona USA as its first game. Mizuguchi had his eyes set on the same new toy, telling EGM he wanted to make a counterpart to Daytona.
デイトナがちょうどリリースされた直後にですね、次車をですねもう一本作り始めようと。でその時に何を一体そのテーマとしてチョイスすべきかでいろんな案が上がったんですけども、 ラリーっていうゲームはなかなかヒットしないっていうですね、ジンクスがあったんですね。
We had new CGI, real-time CGI, the board called Model 2 in Sega, and with textures.
Yeah.
And before that, just gray world,
Yeah.
no texture, flat mapping, flat shading.
The young mind accepted a challenge from Sega to make a new game. At around this time, Ridge Racer's Kenji Sasaki defected from Namco, wandering right into the rival's territory. Mizuguchi and Sasaki got a small team of AM3 devs to ask the world what kind of new game they want. They literally flew to Europe, asking the continent's Sega branches what games they want to see get made. The team knows they want to make a racing game, but they want it to be different. One night, while watching rally racing broadcasts, Mizuguchi pulled a spark of inspiration. Images of vast landscapes with plush turns, sending expertly customized vehicles through adventurous twists and valleys. The high-stakes test of perseverance struck a chord with Sega's new hire. He wants to put millions of people into this very driver's seat. Driving this idea across one-track minds, they were immediately hit with the hard hairpin right. They need Sega's approval. F1 racing is enjoying abundant popularity in the early 90s. It seemed like any F1 video game would yield acres of cash, and Sega is sitting on a bountiful harvest from said crop. Capitalizing on NASCAR's success is helping Sega conquer the West. But few rally racing video games exist at this point, and Sega's leadership sees it as a risk. AM3 needs to show the execs what their idea looks like. So, the small team got to work on a pitch video.
I made a film acting as a demo. I think it was the first time someone did that at Sega. I made a 3-minute film, just a video of a rally race. And Kenji Sasaki, who had experience with computer-generated image cutscenes, made a mix of different elements. Desert, forest, jumps, slippery turns. It was very fun.
It is unclear if this pitch video was saved anywhere. I was unable to find it, and I imagine it was probably not digitally preserved at the time. This is about when Sega switched headquarters, and Virtua Cop developers say the company lost a lot of its source material in the move. Still, one can imagine what this pitch video must have looked like. Some pre-rendered car in the center of the screen with videos of deserts and forests zooming on by. Whatever they made, it was enough to convince Sega. Now they have to convince a couple of motor vehicle companies.
Super sports machine.
Getting licensing rights from real car companies in a video game was not as common as it is today. Up to 1994, plenty of racing games use cars that resemble real-life vehicles, but few would get permission to use a real-life automobile brand. Toyota, Mitsubishi, Subaru, Ford, and Fiat ruled the off-road competitions. A good chunk are based in Japan. Mies had his eyes firmly set on two of Rally's bombshell cars, Fiat's Lancia Delta and Toyota's Celica GT4. He gave them a call, and both companies said no. Turns out, no was the wrong answer. Mizuguchi set up an appointment with Toyota PR.
Fun fact.
Their headquarters is in a city literally named Toyota. It used to be called Koromo, but Toyota was so important to its economy, they just renamed the city to Toyota. No joke. The Sega sophomore went to their HQ with confidence in his hand. The pitch video.
They hated video games and explained to me that it was a falsified business without publicity, without communication agencies, without press officers. They deeply hated this industry. But when I showed them the demo, they were surprised and asked me if it was a game.
Toyota then agreed to license their car, if Sega got Fiat's approval as well. The team's global travels carried on to Turin within the Piedmont region. Bending the truth, Mies apparently told Fiat that Toyota already approved. This convinced the Italian company leaders and, in turn, convinced Toyota for real. No licensing fees according to Edge magazine. Mies and his team got both companies to lend their cars to Sega's Rally Racer for free.
でその中で、WRC とは言いませんでしたけれども、実際ラリーを走ってる車をですね実際に出して、でそれでいろんな道をですね、多分ダートがあったり砂利道があったり細道があったり、しかもジャンプしたりとかね、細いとこがあったり広いとこがあったり、そういう起伏に富んだそういう公道を走るゲームがあったら非常に面白いだろうなというところでラリーっていう、題材を選んだわけです。
I think Sega Rally is the first game using the real car.
Right.
I think so. And I went to Toyota and Fiat, and I showed the first demo to them, and they were so surprised. But before that, they didn't want to work with game companies because, no good effect, like promotion.
Not so many people outrun them by Ferraris, for example.
Yeah.
A lot of people bought that car because of that game, too.
Yeah. I contributed to Toyota.
Yes.
When Sam and I spoke with Virtua Cop's developers, we found many members of the team had little to no experience with game development. One of its programmers said he did not program at all prior to making Virtua Cop. It would seem the Rally team is in a similar situation. Sasaki was the only other dude with real experience. Mies said they were like a freewheeling 12-person classroom.
When we started planning, the title was called Pacific Coast Rally. We started to draw the Pacific coast that we were imagining, but I noticed that in the seaside sketch from one of the designers, there was a pine tree drawn in Japanese ink painting style. After seeing that disaster, we decided to go to America.
Yep, another excuse to travel on Sega's yen.
When we finally got there, for 2 weeks, we drove around going to deserts, mountains, etc., shooting about 4,000 photos.
We used them as a reference to grasp the atmosphere. That 2-week trip was very important, and the game really reflects it.
The team flew to the other side of the West, seeking design inspiration with a 2-week road trip on the west coast of North America. They packed cameras into a rental car, sourcing environments from across the California coast and Yosemite. Images from this 2-week trip would be used as textures in their video game, fusing real-life set pieces from the Pacific coastline into a handful of virtual tracks. This video of Mies at Death Valley is likely from the late 2000s, but it still shows what it looks like when AM3 wanders the desert on a bold vision quest for new ideas.
It was fun. It was like a road trip movie, but it was for the purpose of making a racing game.
チーフデザイナーとしてこれだけは守らなくちゃいけないと思ったのが、今までの発売されてるポリゴンのレースゲームとは一線を画さなくちゃいけないっていうのがまず課題としてあって、で一目でこれはセガラリーなんだっていうのを分からせなくちゃいけないっていうところで、どうやって差別化をしようかっていうのが非常に苦労してます。
You see, we think Daytona is an excellent game, but we also thought it was somewhat cold and precise. So we thought a rally fought on rough roads would be hotter and more immediate.
We were determined to develop an arcade racing game with a difference. But with Ridge Racer and Daytona USA on the market, we had to find another take on the genre. We were after something in vogue in terms of motorsport racing, and as we were all keen on great engine sounds, cool cars, and great sensations, the obvious choice was Rally.
Sculpting this concept into Model 2's polygonal clay is a new challenge for much of the team. Mizuguchi said 3D was a discovery process for everyone, coming out of an era where 2D was king. Sega set up workshops to train employees on 3D game development, but they weren't able to train everybody at once.
The move from 2D to 3D basically meant that we had to overhaul all aspects of our work. We had no mentors or advice. There was no one at Sega to come and tell us what to do. We just had to learn it for ourselves.
It is said that rally games carried the reputation of being a troubled video game genre. Some were afraid this project would not perform well. Rally had a stigma.
その理由はちょっと分かりませんけれども、少なくとも僕の中にはその WRC 色、つまりそのラリーっていうと日本人で言えばすぐそのサファリとかああいうオフロードのねパリ高とかですね、ああいうイメージになっちゃいますけども、その公道しかもそのターマック舗装道路をですね、疾走するラリーの姿っていうんですか、あれはやっぱり日本人にも非常にこう反応するというか面白く受け入れられてもらえるものであると結構確信は持ってたんですよ。
No developer had really tried this before. Making such a game carried more risk. Unlike the gray circuits of NASCAR and F1, there are more objects to design and a more dynamic range of tracks to produce, leaving the concrete jungles behind for the eclectic reaches of Mother Earth.
Rally has the many type of variations. The landscape. It's desert, forest, city, and cars. The many textures, many stickers, and the many colors, and the people watching, beside the roads, and yelling and cheering, and that kind of festival feeling.
3, 2, 1, go!
The closest video games to replicate Rally were sprite racers. A Spain-based team made the arcade game World Rally in 1993. The isometric top-down game uses the same Toyota Celica which Sega would later license. World Rally's credits do not thank Toyota. We only see a part of the company's name blazoned across the shirt of Carlos Sainz in the intro. It's unclear if they actually got Toyota's permission, but the way they got this car into the game is still pretty neat. These artisans built and painted their own model car of the Celica, then digitized it into World Rally by taking pictures of it. Using more standard game dev techniques, Alpha Denshi made Thrash Rally for Neo Geo in 1991. They definitely did not get car licensing, using funny names like Lancian Delta, Toyota GT4, Nissan, Mitsubishi, Porsche. Just wonderful. I'm not going to preach to you about every single retro rally game, but unless someone would like to hit me with that, actually, it appears Mizuguchi and the gang are the first people to make this into a fully 3D experience. Sega's proud tradition of trailblazing carries on. Recreating what Mies saw on TV means creating cushy plush turns, kicking up dirt from the tires, people cheering on the sidelines, trees, wildlife, flags, finish line arches, fencing, helicopters, shrubbery, water hazards, opposing racers, buildings, back roads, streets, and making all of these things unique to each track so that no two environments are the same. It has to work.
Of dry tracks twisting between the trees.
Nailing the tracks is half the battle. In their continued quest for outstanding craftsmanship, Mies took the team out for a spin. Another road trip for the gang.
Despite all the main staff members' love for cars, none of them had ever gotten a real rally car before. Okay, we should try the real deal, I thought. We were able not only to drive, but also to be on the passenger seat of a car driven by a rally champion. You know, it's not every day you have the opportunity to go well over 100 kilometers per hour on gravel roads. That was a very valuable experience.
With help from a real rally driver, we can see pictures of the team test driving a legit Celica. AM3 plugs into the feeling and finesse of how this machine accelerates, turns, reacts to the brakes, the way it glides across the dirt, and the sounds of its roaring engine. Sound is key to this visit. We can see one of the devs literally holding a mic up to the engine. Collective minds would later translate this memory to the coding language of their arcade game, now equipped with proper reference material, to let players relive this magical day that ended with a minor accident. In a total bruh moment, it would appear Mizuguchi crashed the Celica. He smacked the rear bumper after missing a turn. Whoops. Not a bad enough wreck to lose Toyota sponsorship, though. Programmer Sohei Yamamoto poured a lot of time into perfecting how the car feels. The team is getting a lot of advice from real-life drivers, telling EGM they want it to be realistic, just not too realistic.
The hardest part was getting the dynamics of the car right. We've made the controls a lot more forgiving than a real car. We didn't want to make it totally realistic because if we did that, most players would find themselves going totally out of control around every corner.
Simplicity is on their side, as the team really only needs to make 2 car models, but they have to work with the limitations of hardware they're not familiar with to make them look like they do in real life. Polygons are flat. If something's box-shaped, they can easily draw it. But if something is curvy, the process is a little more difficult.
The Lancia, being a boxy-looking car, was relatively easy to do. Celica, with its curved surfaces, was another story altogether. You see, the Model 2 board can't do smooth shading, so we can't do representations of curved surfaces very easily.
Sweet curves.
To get the curves, we have to cheat with texture mapping. By adding curved-looking textures to flat polygons, we created the illusion of curves. If you look carefully, you see that the tires are just octagons. To make them look round, we had to apply shadows using textures, but then the tires are shown moving so quickly that you don't really notice their unnaturalness, except in still photos.
In an act of efficiency, they made the 14 other computer opponent cars use the same or similar polygon models, with slight changes. Things like a color palette swap or shortening the height of a spoiler. Go! Putting their real-life travels to their small slice of Sega's office, the 20-somethings made what resembles a video game. Being a little more brand-forward, Pacific Coast Rally graduated to a new name, Sega Rally Championship.
Sega Rally Championship.
A key element to the experience of rally is your co-driver.
40, medium right, plus, tightens gently over 40.
We get a glimpse inside the cockpit with rally broadcasts, showing the person in the passenger seat rifling through a dense pack of paper.
Left plus, tightens at 40 to 90 plus.
Details about the entire course. This is the navigator. Sega Rally emulates this with a voice pleasantly yet firmly informing you which turn is next.
Easy right.
He's using terms like easy right, easy left, or medium right, maybe.
Very long easy right, maybe.
Maybe implies a lack of confidence in what's coming up, leaving it up to the driver to judge how to approach it. So if you ever thought you misheard maybe, no, he's actually saying maybe.
Long easy right, maybe.
This is the man who voices Sega Rally's navigator, but he's not exactly a voice actor per se.
I'm not a voice actor. It just was kind of happenstance. I haven't really done it since.
Several instances of right place, right time landed Ken Ibrahim with the role he's so well known for.
Keep right. Oh. Wow.
Since he was young, the California boy had dreams of working in Japan, aspirations he drew from a beloved TV classic.
The whole reason I ended up living in Japan was because of my interest in Ultraman. I watched that as a kid. I loved that show.
He acquired some Ultraman books in his youth, but they were all in Japanese. So his mom signed him up for some Nihongo courses.
Kampai, bitch. It's time once again for Nama-sensei's Japanese lessons.
Not with this guy.
Yoroshiku, you bitch.
Ken lucked out with a spot on the JET program, which got him over to Japan for a roughly year-long gig. He programmed Macintosh computers in Tokyo for a bit and got a tour of an Ultraman production building. They were maintaining and repairing some of the Ultraman and Kaiju suits at the time. During his time in the Nippon, Ken would frequently be selected as the token American guy for a variety of situations. For example, when a company called Build Up tried hiring Ken, the CEO invited him to give a speech at his wedding in Japanese. It just so happened, while Ken was at this wedding, he was approached by two men. They were talking about their high-end soft-image machines, piquing Ken's interest. One of those men was Tetsuya Mizuguchi.
And they said, "You want to come and take a tour of Sega?" I said, "Yes, I do."
Starry-eyed Ken got a tour of AM3, meeting the head of the department, Hisao Oguchi.
And his name was Oguchi-san, and he later became the president of Sega for a long time. And so I had some other stories where years later I'd go back and say, "Hey, can I talk to Oguchi?" And they're like, "What, the president?" I was like, "Yeah, I know him." And he'll come down like, "Ken-chan." We're all sitting in a kind of traditional Japanese setup. There's no dividers or anything, just everybody sitting next to each other, people smoking here and there at the time. You got to remember, this is in the early to mid-90s.
Through little more than being in the right place at the right time, Ken got a job at Sega, and it was not as a voice actor.
And I was actually hired to do something different, had nothing to do with Rally.
Ken started his career in the Blue Blurred building, programming their Unix-based SGI computers, getting his hands on the coveted Softimage. Much like Mizuguchi, one of Ken's first projects was a Joypolis ride. It was Sonic-themed. He joined a team of 10 people working on this project. In the ride, a group of people would get inside and vote on which pathway Sonic would take.
You're kind of following Sonic from the back. You're seeing where he's running down this path, and it would fork at different times. And you had to determine, you had like a few seconds in advance, do you want to go to the left or the right? And so it would tally all that up with these arrows, like primitive 3D arrows that get larger and smaller based on which side was getting more hits.
But like many of Sega's fascinating ideas, this project got canceled. Ken then got to work on helping Model 2 developers. He wrote software that would preview what those SGI renders look like on the Lockheed Martin boards. It proved useful for many of Sega's 3D arcade titles. AM3 was already working on Rally at around this time. Needing placeholder voiceovers for the Navigator, they went to Ken.
They needed voices for the game, and because there were a handful of native English speakers, mainly ones from America, I think they had us come in to just kind of record like temp tracks for it.
Hairpin left. Caution, hairpin right. Caution, hairpin left.
But those temp tracks would become a little more perma.
Wow!
It would cost a good deal of extra money to hire voice talent and have them record tracks. Why do this when you can just mic up the American guy that you already got on payroll? Much like at the wedding, Ken would once again earn the title of token American guy.
The idea was that they were going to go and hire actual voice talent for it. But I remember them at some point coming to tell me, "Oh, you know what? We've decided to use your voice."
Oh, God!
I just have a feeling in the back of my mind that, it was good enough, and especially to the Japanese ear, and they don't have to pay anybody else because I'm already an employee. So it was probably a great deal for them in that regard. But I'm not sure what all played out behind the scenes.
They seemingly did this for Star Wars Arcade.
Attention all wing pilots. Stand by to receive orders. The central reactor is our only target. Do not be distracted by the others. Good rebel fighters, commence your attack.
As for Rally, there was one chunk Ken did not record.
3, 2, 1, go!
They did use one line that Jeff recorded, which is the initial 3, 2, 1, go. So that's not me, that's my friend Jeff.
He tells me Jeff is a different American expat in SOJ's office.
The easiest one I remember is when I say finish, like finish. This easy right, easy left, and then the word maybe after it sometimes. And there was another one where I say turn around.
Turn around! Wow! Turn around!
We've been told that around 70% of the information the driver gets in real-life rally races comes from the navigator seated by his side. This is why during the game, when following the navigation voice and the on-screen icons, even our team members were able to easily master the most challenging corners in their first playing session.
Same as with the graphics, I think we also did the best with the driving playability. In the beginning, the player might feel a little bit confused, but he will certainly become addicted.
They're striking a balance between mirroring real-life rally racing and keeping the game fun. Sasaki once told EGM they're taking many notes from the World Rally Championship.
Rough terrain, jumps, wilder driving techniques like four-wheel drifts. You might not know this, but WRC is very popular in Europe. I guess on par with the popularity of Indy in America. It gets pretty wild with people milling around the edges of courses while machines are doing power drifts. Sometimes a car will go off track and you'll see people scattering out of the way. We intend to place people at the edges of the courses in the same way to replicate the feel of actual off-road rallies.
This plays into their balance between realism and fun. Despite crashes being a prominent part of rally racing, you cannot crash in Sega Rally. It's impossible to go off the track. AM3 is keeping the gameplay squarely focused on navigating the tracks. After all, this is not the World Rally Championship, it's the Sega Rally Championship. Sasaki says this is more of a fantasy. Like, one example, Lancia is no longer part of World Rally, even though they're using it in Sega Rally.
To be honest, we didn't want to do a full replication of WRC. If we did, we should have started with the Monte Carlo Rally.
The other major difference is how long it takes to complete a track. In each of Sega Rally's 4 courses, you can complete a lap in about 1 minute. In World Rally, most of the courses are hundreds or thousands of kilometers long. They're sometimes split into stages, long stretches through our brutal and captivating Earth. Teams of drivers compete under the banner of their car company, using machines carefully stitched together by the world's finest auto engineers and pit crews. Like a high-speed backpacking trip into the wilderness, with nothing but your 4 tires and whatever those wheels can carry along. Driving skills and teamwork are put to an insane test, often taking days to finish the course. Just getting to the end requires luck. Actually winning one is a feat on its own.
Since the invention of the car, man has constantly striven to push it to its mechanical limits.
Mizuguchi's crew can't just make arcade goers sit in a Sega Rally pod for multiple days in a row. They have to shrink this journey down to a handful of minutes. AM3 cannot replicate the fierce test of endurance, but they can match the look and driving feel, still requiring perseverance for anyone wishing to grind their time down to the top of the leaderboards, perfecting each gear shift, turn, and obstacle. The course design is being done with extreme care, and the unmatched attention to gameplay details we expect from a proper Sega racing game.
Caution, hairpin right, checkpoint.
Desert, forest, mountain, lakeside. These are the 4 tracks through which Sega will send its players, with a selection of the 2 cars across 2 transmissions. Manual lets you shift between neutral and the 4 gears at will. Automatic shifts for you, making it easier, but taking away some agency. Competing against 14 other computer opponents, you race 1 lap along the first 3 courses.
Finish!
If you finish mountain in first place, you then get to race a lap on lakeside, considered a bonus course. Your position rolls over, so say you place 10th at the end of course 1, you start in 10th on course 2. Not only are you competing against computerized drivers, you are simultaneously competing against the clock. Like many arcade racers, the player starts with a certain amount of time on the clock, gaining seconds every time you pass a checkpoint.
Medium right, checkpoint.
6 checkpoints are split unevenly into the first 3 courses. You're about to see a look at the arcade's game design through the lens of emulation and ports. I'll be using a mix of the Model 2 emulator and the PS2 port, which is widely considered to be the most accurate official arcade conversion. I do not own or have access to a real Sega Rally arcade machine. Sorry. As soon as you pop in the coins, you're launched into the main menu, letting you choose between Championship and Practice. Bold and fast music matches with menu sounds that splash your ears with a vibrant jingle at every selection. You hear the cheers of the audience watching from the other side of the fence, decorated with Sega branding, as AM3 flags flutter in the breeze. Counting you down from 3, giving you a quick chance to set the camera angle, you launch forward to the roaring sound of the engine, changing pitch at every gear swap, with tires swimming through the mud underneath, kicking up dust from the rear. The car and engine making new sounds at different turns and different types of terrain. Desert slides you through a course that appears to be inspired by the real-life Safari Rally, a track that transitions from dry dirt to darker, wet, muddy terrain, seeing the occasional zebra join the audience. The course itself is generous, offering wide roads, mostly consisting of long and easy turns with a few over jumps to shake things up. Turns start to get snaky in this natural corridor, breaking away into a wide field at the end of the circuit. The last notable turn is a very long, easy right maybe, home to dozens of zebras and elephants. It's the first real test of your drifting skills, allowing you plenty of room to get a feel for how the car slides across this earthy surface. You can ride this embankment to the left, using it as an anchor to swing around this corner, requiring precise timing, hitting the gas right when the car needs to straighten out for the finish. Driving under a helicopter, vying for that sky shot of the racers below. We can see many of the trees and bushes are drawn from real-life pictures. Many of the buildings inspired by what AM3 saw. It's a mishmash of their Western road trips and other assets combined into a course meant to resemble the great African wilderness. Can we just take a moment to respect the fact that they used pictures of the American West to recreate the Kenyan wilderness? It's unmistakable to the observant eye. They're watching tapes of the Safari Rally while designing the desert course. They're turning this into this. A collage of real-life elements combined to create something else in a virtual world.
3, 2, 1, go!
Track 2, Forest, takes the player to Yosemite.
Very long, easy right.
モチーフになった場所っていうものが中級コースに関してのみ存在するんですけれども、実際に私がそこの現場に行って一番感じたのはすごく壮大な景色っていうのを感じて、これをどうやったらそのプロジェクターなりテレビの中で再現できるかっていうのを感じて、とにかくその自然の壮大な感じっていうのをどうやって再現したらいいかっていうのは非常に苦労しました。ある程度の遠近感ですとか壮大な感じとか空気の森林の感じとかっていうのは再現できたんじゃないかなと自分なりに思ってますけど。
Going against the grain of a traditional rally, the course starts on pavement, but unlike other racing games, you're pretty much encouraged to go off the asphalt to cut corners. Your car's meant to drive on dirt after all. Upon leaving the winding pathway through the pine trees, you discover the circuit wraps around a mountain, bluff on one side, open view on the other. You're sent into the rocks, taking this tight turn into a tunnel. It spits you back on the dirt. When driving in automatic, the two cars have their own unique feel to how they drift, depending on when you brake and steer. Analog steering allows for more control. When driving in manual, your car will drift as you shift down while turning. You don't necessarily need the brakes at all when driving in manual, since shifting down while steering puts your car in a state of drift. The lower and more abrupt your downshift, the tighter your drift will become. It's not the first time Sega designers used gear shifting as a drift mechanic. In Daytona, USA, you can gear drift in a different way. Before a sharp turn, shift straight from gear 4 to gear 1. As in skip 3 and 2, go from 4 to 1. Crank the wheel, then shift straight to 3 to drift, and level it out at the end with gear 4. Fortunately, gear drifting is way less complex in Rally. Your speed usually gets punished if you have to correct steering mid-turn. For example, if turning right and you're going too far right, just ease up on the steering instead of jerking it all the way to the left. While this might seem obvious, it's important to do this in Sega Rally.
作る段階で特に注意したのが、そのゲームの感覚の部分ですね。実際リアル思考に作ってるんですけど、リアルにシミュレートするんではなくて、リアルな感覚をそのまま遊んでくれる人に伝えるっていうことを、考えて作ったんで、できればその車の、実際の車のドライビングテクニックなんかを生かして、コーナーの手前ではちゃんとブレーキングして、でシフトも432と落として、でそういう実際の車を運転しているように楽しんでいただけたらなと思ってます。
We can see touches of details that clearly represent the developers, like this Sasaki emblem on the side of the red car. You'll find other developer names and Sega references plastered on cars and signs. This little personal flair is something we saw in Virtua Cop when the devs put their initials on the crates. Forest has one of the most well-known turns of the game. A tight hairpin hooking around the big rock to our right. It overlooks the skybox with a massive rock face in between the camera and the horizon. This difficult-to-master hairpin is followed up by a magnificent journey down the rest of the mountainside, winding back to the pine tree forest we started in. The second half of this track is what will separate beginners and intermediate players. If you're very unfamiliar with the car controls and track design, you will likely run out of time before the end of track 2. Rally is a balance between speed and precision. It rewards racers who learn to cut these turns at high speeds, designed to encourage practice and mastery. Like the previous courses, Mountain draws inspiration from multiple locales.
To be completely honest, I was very worried that the game was going to be a failure at the arcades. It was only as the game started to take shape from the team's personal touches that I started to feel any confidence in its potential. At one key point while we were developing, I had been working so hard, always with cars on my mind, that I got to the point where I just couldn't see the attraction anymore. I'd think, what the hell is so exciting about cars? What is so fun about driving? So I drove up into the mountains with my own car, and it was such an enjoyable and exhilarating experience that I decided to incorporate this into the game. This was how the third mountain track in the game was conceived and decided on.
Starting on another paved road, you will likely enter this course with little time left on the clock. But unlike the previous tracks, Mountain has 3 checkpoints to give you more time. It might sound like an easy advantage for you, but getting to those checkpoints requires mastery of your car and some memorization of the circuit. You start in a little town before snaking up the hills.
ラリーっていうと山、峠道攻めたりとか、あと、断崖絶壁とか海とか砂漠とかいろいろありますけど、そのいろいろ砂漠とか森っていうコースも他にアイデアとして上がってきましたんで、じゃあ個人的に地中海とかの方にちょっと憧れとかがありましたんで、ちょうど地中海にあるコルシカ島っていう島があって、そこでツール・ド・コルスっていうのがあるんですけど、それをじゃあモデルに作ってみようっていうことになって、ビデオ見たりとか、 あと地中海あたりの写真集とかですね、あとヨーロッパの街並みの写真集とかが出てるんですけど、その辺を探してで、なるべくこう絵っぽくならないように写真っぽいっていうか、こうリアルに見えるように、テクスチャーとかもいろいろ考えて、全体的に捉えた時にこうリアルに見えるように作ったつもりですけど。
quanto riguarda il Corsica, vedete tutto asfalto.
The first few turns range from easy to medium, but your pathway is far more narrow, leaving less room for error.
Medium right, maybe. Long easy left.
This realization boldly smacks the player at this caution hairpin right. Manual drivers will likely need to shift all the way down to first gear in order to clear this turn. And even if you can reliably pass through, you sometimes get hit by opponents from behind, which can seriously mess up your flow and send you right into the rocks.
Easy left.
The rest of the track is mostly downhill through easy and medium turns that wind through the West Coast-inspired buildings.
Medium right, check one.
2 harsh turns conclude the course, circling back into town.
Finish!
Notice, when the timer hits 0, you still get a grace period for your car to decelerate. If you clear a checkpoint or the finish line while this is happening, you will pass.
Caution, hey, left.
On the default arcade settings, it is possible to run out of time and lose Mountain, even if you're in first place. Time is your real enemy, with the opposing cars being nothing more than obstacles.
Finish!
Upon beating Course 3, your total times from the first 3 tracks are added up to your total championship time. This is what gets put on the high scoreboard.
3, 2, 1, go!
But before you can carve initials into your local arcade halls, you get the opportunity to race on Lakeside, the bonus track. Though it's said to be set in northern Europe, this colorfully gorgeous autumn scenery reminds me of the wilderness in northern Minnesota, perhaps with fewer mosquitoes. The sensation of constant bug bites gets replaced with the most narrow tight turns in the entire game. Trying to get through Lakeside without touching the walls is like playing a game of Operation. Manual drivers will find themselves below the top gear for much of the winding turns, switching from gear 3 to 2 while drifting instead of from 4 to 3. As if keeping your wheels in check is hard enough, you're constantly being tailed by the driver in second place, who will aggressively slam your car if you're not going fast enough. Your high stress is leveled by the pretty location. Warm-colored trees, kissed by swans and crows soaring above the lakeside trails. It's a reflection of how real-life rally racing is brutally beautiful. On arcade's default settings, it takes a true Sega Rally master to complete Lakeside on time. If you manage to finish Lakeside, your driver and navigator get to proudly stand on top of the car, waving at a cheering audience from the podium. It's a very similar look to the finished podium in a WRC race. I would like to point out a discrepancy with the source material. In the CGMV videotape, we hear the devs say the second track was inspired by Yosemite and the third pulling from Corsica. In an Electronic Gaming Monthly interview conducted in December of 1994, they have this switched around. This means one of two things. The devs could have had the track order as Desert Mountain Forest before switching it to Desert Forest Mountain. This was a few months before the arcade release. Or this could mean EGM somehow made a fact error in its article. Either way, I'm inclined to believe the tape. Look at Mountain, then Google image Corsica. I don't need to tell you how clear as day this is. Corsica is obviously their source material for Mountain. even though its textures use pictures of the American West Coast. We've been hearing a soundtrack composed by Takanobu Mitsuyoshi, the same man we hear sing Daytona's theme song. Rally is using MIDI sounds from the Model 2 board, a unique song to fit each track. Some real funky synth work slaps into the fast-paced melodies with sick electric percussion and electronic guitar riffs. It's a soundtrack that can stand on its own and blend well with the action, but their greatest composition plays after losing.
Yes, hello. I was wondering if you could play that song again.
Which one, man?
The one that goes...
Game over, yeah! No, man, you're thinking of...
Game over, yeah!
Amazingly, after that multiple rollover, Wilson restarts the Escort's engine and drives straight back onto the stage. His rollover cost him just 1 minute, dropping him to 7th place. But they must build very strong rally cars up there in the English Lake District.
One major difference I should note between Sega Rally and real rally. In a WRC race, drivers do not meet and pass each other like in F1 or stock car racing. That would be very dangerous. Instead, a rally is usually split into more than a dozen stages, with each driver running each stage by themselves. They sort of compete for the best times instead of who gets first place. The way stages are timed can get a little messy to explain, but simply put, they're competing for the best time. In Sega Rally, they're all running at the same time, bumping into each other like it's just harmless or something. By Sega Rally's default settings, just getting to the end of the 3 main races presents a grand challenge to arcade goers. Consistent practice, track memorization, and getting your motor skills to click at each turn takes time. Unlike the days-long rallies of the real world, Sega's can be completed in under 4 minutes. But actually grinding your skills to reach the end will take much longer. Including a practice mode was a smart move on AM3's part. This mode allows you to select one of the first 3 tracks to race 2 laps against 1 car. They even put in new songs for this mode. It more or less gives you free rein to master each curve without very many cars getting in the way. Once you can consistently reach the end, the next challenge is grinding your time down, lower and lower, climbing higher on the local leaderboard. When you get tired of the climb, challenge a friend and go head-to-head in 2-player.
When I was made a Sega Rally, first one, arcade, all day we went to the arcade game center and watching the people and watch the reaction. The people like to play and after game over, it's some people kick the arcade machine, or some people say like that.
Yeah.
So but that kind of people coming back.
Yeah, then it's
maybe
a good thing.
5 minutes later or 10 minutes later. So everybody, I was so like yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, we got the engagement.
By February of 1995, Sega Rally Championship made it to game centers across Japan, gradually being released to many corners of the world. Sega Saturn magazine shows the cab traveling on the game show circuit leading up to release. Mies says it took about 10 months to make the game. The places this AM3 crew visited around the globe would soon experience the fruits of their road trips. An arcade machine going on its own tour, putting players in the seat of a rally driver. That is, assuming their local cab had a seat. There are at least 4 variants of the Sega Rally arcade machine. One is a standard upright cab equipped with a force feedback steering wheel, a 4-gear shifter, and 2 pedals on the floor. Many arcades would get this familiar standard twin cab, where drivers get the luxury of sitting down. They were meant to be sold in pairs, with the marquee designed to arch over both monitors. Lucky ralliers who lived near a deluxe arcade machine got to sit in a mini Celica in front of this massive monitor. Capturing the in vogue art of drifting fine-tuned machines across the wilderness, Sega Rally quickly became a sensation. Mizuguchi is cited as saying it sold more than 12,000 cabinets. That's not as many as the likes of NBA Jam or Mortal Kombat, but it's still a great number for a cabbie that's more expensive than normal to manufacture. In an interview with Real 3D's John Lenyo, the price tag of a Model 2 arcade machine was about $15,000. Now, I'm sure this varies a lot, given Sega Rally's various cab types, but assuming this price point, Sega Rally arcade machines made Sega $180 million. The cost of production takes a big chunk out of this figure, but this still sends profits well into the millions. Let's just say, even with the obvious room for error on my calculation, we can safely say this definitely paid for all those road trips. The gaming press sang the songs of this exotic new experience. AM3's love child enjoyed a swarm of exposure in magazines and TV shows. It so happens, Sega Rally started collecting coins right after the Saturn released in Japan, and before the new console released to the West. Next Generation magazine noticed Daytona's greatest elements being put onto the dirt road. It notes how the controls require a climb up its steep learning curve. But once you learn how the cars control, this becomes Sega Rally's greatest asset. And right next to this review is an ad that will allow American readers to pre-order their copy of Parodius Deluxe for the Sega Saturn. Wow, can't wait for that localization to get here.
僕の場合よくそのポスターの完成形をイメージするところから入ったりするんですけど、つまり出来上がった時にこういうイメージで張り出されて、でこういうふうに世に出たら絶対に受けるはずだというイメージから入るんですけど、そのイメージがこう固まってからいつも動くんですね。でそのイメージを忘れないようにこうキープし続けるっていうんですかね。でそれがおそらく例えばプロモーションとかパブリシティとかあるいはこういうビデオとかですね CD にこう形を変えて出てくる時のイメージに必ずこう結びつくんで、でその辺を忘れないようにしようとずっとこう堅くなに守ってきた。でこれが忘れられずにですね、しかもこうどんどん周りのスタッフによってこう増幅されてイメージがこう広がってくるっていう、そういうこう過程を僕見てきて、でどっちかというと苦労というよりも素晴らしい経験だなという、そういう方がですね大きいですから、あんまり苦労したっていうことはもうないんですよね。ないっていうかあったとしても結構忘れちゃってるんですよ、すぐ。どっちかっていうと良かったなっていうそういうことしかないですね。
In an EGM interview with the devs, focusing on the arcade release, they end by asking if we can expect Sega Rally to hit the Sega Saturn.
There are no plans to do a Saturn version yet.
If we do get the chance, then we might be able to do the real WRC version with all the races represented. I mean, the arcade version has to grab your attention immediately, but the home version is something that you can savor over a long period of time.
But yes, it would be great to do a Saturn version, but for that to happen, Sega Rally has to become a sizable hit. It would be great if a lot of people check it out. We think it's exciting, wild, and a lot of fun to play.
When Sega Rally hit the arcades in February, it was previewed in that month's installment of Sega Video Magazine.
Sega Video Magazine!
This was a monthly VHS tape people in Japan could subscribe to. They just ship you a roughly 30-minute tape every month with news on the latest Sega goodness, sort of like the modern-day Nintendo Direct. Strangely, when the video magazine previewed Rally on its release month, they used what appears to be footage of a very early build. Here, we can see the format was a little different. Instead of 14 other opponents staggered throughout consecutive races, this had you in a showdown against 3 other cars. One of their placeholders is a bright blue car that says Sonic on the back. Many of the track assets and textures appear to be missing. The fences say Leg 1, and parts of the skybox look a little donked up. We can see they had the helicopter flying over you in desert for much longer, and the finish graphics are totally different. We can still hear Ken shouting commands at the player.
3, 2, 1.
Fun fact.
The audience members you see in the crowd are real pictures of the development team. Ken tells me some included their wives and girlfriends. Upon looking at the spectators, I wondered, who's standing here in this striped long-sleeve shirt? Could be just some random guy they pulled off the streets of Nippon with a name like Chris Hutwelker, Raymond Maloney, or some shit like Joey Wowzonic. It's also not Dennis from Always Sunny. No, it turns out this is Ken. Yep, the man we hear guiding us from inside the car is also seen outside cheering on the player.
Smoking!
As art imitates life, life will imitate art. Sega Rally sees a baton pass back and forth between which imitates what. This, of course, starts with the real-life rallies, a proverbial egg before the virtual chicken. Cockadoodling in ones and zeros, art will imitate art right when life is influenced by its own imitation. Mizuguchi said Sega Rally would have to be a sizable hit to get a Saturn port. Well, it's a sizable hit. Ex-Sega devs described Saturn development as getting 3D to work on a sprite machine. On top of the layers of unorthodox development methods, making 3D games is still a fresh concept. At risk of sounding like a busted record, there's no set standard for 3D games at this point in time. In Saturn's youth, Sega explored many ways to port 3D arcade games to the so-called sprite machine. When porting Virtua Racing to the Saturn, Sega commissioned an American company to do it for them. They did not send the Americans a source code, instead having them eyeball an arcade machine in their office to reverse engineer a console conversion. When porting Virtua Cop, Sega handled it themselves, assembling a small team from within to get the job done. The leaders of the arcade original did not help. Instead, a couple of guys on the team worked with mostly newbies to get the cops ported to Saturn.
But now, you'll regret being in the wrong place at the wrong time.
They wound up altering the source code a bit, drastically overhauling the color palette, and they nailed it, producing a well-done and successful port. For Sega Rally, they're also porting it from within, and unlike Virtua Cop, the game's leader is in charge of the port. Mizuguchi gets to oversee his game move to the 6th planet. But despite working inside Sega with his own game, Mizuguchi is deliberately choosing to not use the source code. Other than a few textures, he wants to make the entire Saturn port from scratch. So, how did they do it? And also, why? It's February 1995. Thousands of people are wandering this convention center to taste the latest arcade offerings from Japan's greatest game companies. Large crowds of salivating game fans and money-eyed investors gawk at the colorful amusement machines. Edge magazine reports hours-long lines for Capcom's newest fighter, Darkstalkers. Similar lines piled up behind the likes of Elevator Action Returns, that one downhill skiing game from Namco, and the cyberpunk racer Speed King from Konami. These halls feature an eclectic range from the standard candy cabs to the outright bizarre. Overshadowing the STV cabinets, there's a particular offering from Sega, spoken of as a beast in motion with enticing environments and ground detail. The AOU show is where many game fans are getting their first test drive behind Sega Rally's wheel. It's the beginning of its long journey as a complete video game, ready to leave behind a lasting impact behind its wake of dirt waves. Our friends from Game Catalog 2 also stopped by for a ride, showing us just how long the lines kept getting behind AM3's showpiece.
私はセガの回し物、セガ大好き人間です。ということはやっぱりセガということでですね。今回の目玉商品はセガラリーチャンピオンシップ。これですね。このゲームです。
今回モデル2を使いましたこのセガラリーなんですけど、モデル2というと今までバーチファイター2とかデートナ USA とかいろいろあるんですけど、その中でグラフィックにおいては最高レベルにあるんじゃないかなと思うほどの良い出来栄えになりました。で今回ラリーという素材なんですけど、ラリーっていうのは日本人にとってあんまり馴染みがないゲーム、馴染みがないレースということなんですけど、今回こういうゲームを通して、ラリーファン以外の方にもラリーの面白さをどんどん知っていただきたいなという感じで作っております。
とりあえずじゃあレースしてる人に、プレイしてる感想は
面白いです。
どこら辺が面白いですか？
迫力があります。
はい、ということでした。次行ってみましょう。感想を聞かせてください。
場合によって速さが違うのでなかなかドリフトは決まらないので難しいと思います。
結構専門的な言葉をありがとうございました。はい、それでは早速チャイナさんも対戦してみたいと思います。それではドキドキしますね。じゃあやってみましょう。なんか変な人がいる。変な人がいるよ。仕事もしないで。怖いよ。どうしたんですか？得意なんですよ。いや仕事に行かなきゃ。仕事に行かなきゃ。仕事。これは仕事なんですよ。じゃあとりあえずうちにも会えたことですし、じゃあ3人で対戦してみましょう。はい、それではゴー。された。何もうこれまっすぐ走れないもん。走れないよね。ハンドル持っていかれるもん。どうすればいいの？逆走しちゃってるよ。
完走はできなかったですけど一応トップ。
私2番。許せないよね。うちが1番は。
Writers from the Japanese Sega Saturn magazine were also among the crowd, marching across the blue and red carpet. They're reporting that at around this time, the Sega Saturn port of Rally is potentially being made. We can confirm they were working on it in February by examining dates on some of the game's files. This means that Sega likely greenlit the port before the arcade game came out, or at least shortly thereafter. Adorning their write-up with the headline, "Realism Beyond Daytona is here," SSM gushes over the deluxe active shock generator, responding in real time to the movements of the in-game car. They talk about the 3 tracks, note the sound effects being pulled from real cars, then sit down with these 2. The secrets of the best rally game created by the best duo. They spoke about their road trip across the West Coast, driving real Celicas, and the response they're getting about the finished arcade product.
The staff made great efforts to differentiate it from Daytona USA, a game that runs on the same arcade board. I think we are definitely on the right track.
I consider it to be the most polished arcade game made so far. Even though the car only accelerates up to around 220 kilometers per hour, you can really feel the sense of speed.
At this point, in February of 1995, the pair cannot say much about the Saturn port.
Well, we can port it with additional features, typical of a home console game.
Features like tuning the car, for example. Even if the overall framework is the same, we want to make a game that will also offer playing modes very distinct from the arcade.
In the files on a leaked prototype, we can almost see a timeline of how this game progressed throughout 1995. They started at around this time in February. The developers of Saturn Rally are spending the hot summer in the shadows of their cubicles, nosediving into the project while holding off on media attention. They want to have something to show off if they are to discuss this with the world. All the while, Sega is reveling in the lightning-fast success of its Sega Rally arcade machine. Yoshio Fujimoto loves a good challenge. But perhaps more than anything in the world, Fujimoto loves racing. During his university years in the late 70s, he spent nearly all his time and money on rally within the school's motorsports club. He drove toge through the majestic mountain passes of Oyama, Hakone, and Fuji.
Yeah, toge, but not tarmac, gravel road.
He tells me this butte was his first. A Datsun PB210.
That time, I was driving, every day, like 300 kilometers on the gravel road in the mountain. Minimum, I spend 1,000 US every month for gas.
The club had its own garage with more tools than a workshop basement.
I loved driving. Sometimes I was crash. I can fix. I can update my motor, gearbox, everything I can do by myself.
He crossed the finish line of his university run as a champion at his local rallies. Equipped with motor vehicle expertise, Fujimoto got a job at NSK, the largest bearing manufacturer in Japan.
I get salary every month. I spend all the salary for the rally.
It wouldn't take long for Isuzu to give him a call, asking him to join their rally team. The salaryman is now a professional rally driver off the clock. Using employment as a side gig, he quickly excelled in the Japanese Rally Championship. Isuzu brought him to a World Rally Championship event in '86, the RAC Rally in England. Fujimoto served as a member of the support team. He could tell right away, WRC is a very different circuit.
The length of the stages and the organization was beyond comparison to what I had known in Japan. It was a shocking experience. It made me want to compete there. You see, I always liked a challenge.
But there was one problem with his desire to compete in the WRC. He needs to make money. Like any job, NSK only gave him so many days off per year.
I try to, ask manager, please, I want to go, the World Rally. So I want to get the holiday 2 weeks. That time, okay, but cannot do more. So that's why I decide to resign from NSK and establish company 10.
He says at the time, no Japanese company made shock absorbers that could properly withstand tough rally courses. With the help of his friend and co-driver, Hakaru Ichino, they started a company to fill that gap. Thus, the seeds of Tein were planted and fertilized. As the shock crops grew, they slapped the company's stickers all over their rally cars.
Slowly, we can make profit and sales increase. Also, we are starting for sales for the more like aftermarket, street, or drifting, drag race.
It was a genius master plan. To race in the WRC, the two men started a company that allows them to take as much time off as they want, gives them better shocks than the competitors, gives them enough money to race, and acts as their own sponsor.
So you two started Tein to support your rally career, essentially.
Yes, we want to do rally by ourselves, own by money. To make profit, we play rally and we enjoy. That is, the target for us.
Starting in the late 1980s, the startup duo put their shocks to the ultimate test. Fujimoto and Ichino are rallying with the big kids. In the infancy of their World Rally careers, Tein's car would either not finish the race or struggle to find a high position. But Fujimoto was still living life his way, off the highway.
The real drama tonight, though, was the arrival of the Japanese entrants. The ship carrying their cars broke down several hundred kilometers off the coast and had to be towed in. and Yoshi Fujimoto.
These 10 drivers would swap Isuzu for Nissan, driving a Pulsar GTI R in the early 90s, then to Mitsubishi in its Lancer Evo 1.
Turning out to be a real battle of the Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution models. This is the Japanese driver, Fujimoto, with a bit of a revolutionary way of getting around the corner. And it's Fujimoto who is the first of the Group N cars, rounding out the top 10.
An Evo race that stuck out to him was the 1993 Rothmans Rally in New Zealand, where he and Ichino finished in 10th place. It just so happens that at around this time, Toyota started looking for its next rally driver.
Whoa, it's Fujimoto!
They wanted someone from Japan, their home country. Someone who could show the WRC Japan doesn't play around. Toyota hit up Fujimoto.
I was tested on basic rally performance, my knowledge on the regulations, and my ability to communicate. There were 4 more Japanese drivers besides me, but I was the one they took. When they told me, I felt worried more than anything with the responsibility and anxiety that comes with being a professional driver.
Toyota Team Europe, the boss, Ove Anderson, called me. Do you want to join Toyota Team Europe? So that is more starting for the more professional, really professional rally driver.
Whether he could see the future or not, the great late Ove Anderson would foretell a rally racing prophecy. He reportedly told Fujimoto to win the Safari Rally specifically in 1995. On paper, that seems unlikely. Here we have a driver with no WRC wins on his record, leaving the majority of his races unfinished. Now, one of Rally's great elders is telling him to win Safari, the toughest rally in the program, in under a couple of years. The year is 1994. Fujimoto is getting to know his future life partner, the Toyota Serica GT4. This high-performance road monster would be Toyota's crown jewel of rally for much of the 90s. The sleek white finish, often beautifully adorned with red and green stickers, would become iconic. Even better than this incredible body is its personality, capable of going from Z to 100K in fewer than 7 seconds. Its first 4 of 5 gears sit at a shorter ratio for faster acceleration, ridding itself of bullshit like electric-powered windows and sunroofs to favor a lighter, more practical off-road beast. It is one of Toyota's finest hours. Fujimoto is about to enter his first Safari Rally, 1 year before the prophecy. Theoretically, he could take gold in Kenya now and just beat Anderson's prediction early, but the Great African Wilderness is unlike any other course in motorsports.
Kenyan road. That is completely different than other countries like New Zealand, Australia, or England, whatever. It's so much open field. That's why I have to be clever.
The 3,000-kilometer course takes drivers through many elements of the Kenyan countryside. Sandy valleys, farmlands, rough roads up and down the wilds, which can quickly turn to thick, dense muck at the drop of a downpour.
One of the toughest rally in the world, yes.
Because it's such a long course running through a variety of rough roads, accurate pace notes and recce are crucial. Recce means practice. Fujimoto and Ichino did not have time for recce, and the pace notes were incomplete. To make matters worse, Fujimoto says they lost their pace notes before a critical moment.
Co-driver say, flat left, okay, 6-speed flat, but actually that is medium left, which is like a third gear or second gear shift down, then cornering. So I cannot manage to turn. So went off, then hitting tree. The car is still okay, but the co-driver has some injury. So I cannot continue the rally. So retire.
45 cars would enter. Only 14 crossed the final arch at its last stage. The injured Ichino chose to step back from the sport after this rally. In his place, Toyota Team Europe is assigning the Swedish Arne Hertz as Fujimoto's co-driver. This new duo would finish 1994 with 2 7th-place finishes and a retirement caused by an accident. The prophetic Safari 1995 was right around the corner, and Fujimoto is hungry for revenge.
In 1995, Toyota told me to go to Kenya and stay for 5 months. I flew there at the beginning of January and did a lot of testing.
Fujimoto essentially moved to the African country, breathing the 3,000 kilometers with his all-white specced-out Celica, a car just for recce. Living here was a new experience.
Yeah, very different than Japan. At the time, no internet, only telephone, also fax. That's all.
He remembers those 5 months as one of the greatest times of his life.
It's good because not noise coming from somewhere. Now, a lot of information coming from internet, mobile phone, or something like that. So very confused. But at that time, not so big noise coming from information. That's why I was relaxed, try to do my best. Also, day by day, I do recce, some exercise every day. So that was a very, very fantastic time.
Practicing the massive multi-day course 8 times, he created 2 complete sets of pace notes, one for dry conditions and another for rain. One day during recce, a massive storm slammed a 30-kilometer stretch of this stage, covering the entire section with 10 inches of water.
It's like a lake. I don't know where's the road. Okay, road is not straight. It's right turn, left turn. Also, there is a ditch, but there is a Maasai people, local people there. We give them money. Then he's walking in front of the Celica. Because local people know very well. That tree is some landmark, go right, left.
Thanks to help from locals, they made it out, wrapping up recce without losing their wheels to the murky, muddy lake.
Big moment for us.
It's the middle of April. Safari Rally 1995 is here. Swapping out the white recce machine for the Castrol stickers, Tain's car is about to smack the soil. Fujimoto tells me Team Toyota brought out a 200-person service crew with 80 vehicles, including a Cessna and a helicopter. This chopper is an icon Sega Rally players know all too well. They had to ship it in, since Kenya didn't have enough copters at the time. There's a repair crew on board, capable of refueling the Celica in faraway plains. They're also communicating with the driver on the ground, letting them know if something dangerous is up ahead.
If car coming, we going to die. So that's why top of the helicopter, always the radio control, communication, and the car is coming, slow down.
The rally begins. Hertz is equipped with the pace notes, born from 5 months of recce. Fujimoto is feeling highly prepared.
I know everything, because on the pace note, everything there. So very much confidence.
Throughout the early stages, he knew where he could flat out or floor it, only taking it slow and safe when necessary. The Nippon-Sweden alliance set an outstanding pace.
Realize, if I keep same pace, I can do the win this rally. That is my feeling.
Staying true to his extensive practice, Fujimoto kept pace right up until the final day. They're using a set of anti-puncture Michelin tires, great for fighting through the combative roadways, but they have less grip. The Celica slid, hit a nasty edge, and suffered a slow rollover crash.
I thought, oh my god, everything finished. But we are lucky.
The damage was not that bad. Dents in the doors and roof, damage to the front windshield, but the Celica could still drive. The suspension still holds, and help came to them immediately.
After 30 seconds, local Maasai people coming, then our guys coming back to road, then go again. That is the biggest moment.
From there, Fujimoto's only focus was getting to the end.
Very, very happy. I don't forget this winning in my life.
Je suis très heureux, je n'oublierai jamais cette victoire.
When I back to load,
j'ai eu peur quand j'ai fait le tonneau, mais heureusement, on n'a pas abîmé le moteur et la suspension.
It's very happy.
Could you explain it if you are satisfied about it? Êtes-vous satisfait de Yoshio Fujimoto?
Really very, very good.
Oui, il a vraiment bien roulé. Il était le meilleur ici.
In this event, no doubt about it.
Are you coming a star in Japan? Vous allez devenir une vedette au Japon?
I cannot, forget this experience, also winning forever. Even that winning car, that is, let's say, like my wife.
Fujimoto became the first Japanese driver to win Safari. Funnily enough, Mitsubishi's driver was a close second. To this day, Fujimoto remains the only Japanese driver to stand atop Safari's podium. It was a victory seen around the world, all while that same world gets introduced to Sega's much shorter rally. While Fujimoto tears it up in the Kenyan wilderness, Sega is working to expand the video game's tread print.
Sega Saturn.
Within the walls of Sega, designers are hard at work making an army of alternate controllers. Saturn is known to some as the Barbie console because it has so many accessories, sold separately. Daytona and Rally in particular are compelling Sega to create the racing controller. This butterfly wheel splits the 6 face buttons on either side of its front, with 2 paddle shifters behind for changing gears. We can see this design took shape about a year prior when they planned to release this as a Mega Drive controller for Virtua Racing, but the mold got shelved, instead saved for the Saturn. It provides full analog steering with the intent to allow greater control than the D-pad. Saturn Fan magazine got the privilege to show this off in its April issue. A weighted metal bottom and rubber pads keep it from sliding around. Its adjustable steering column allows you to set it on a table, the floor, or between your legs. Japanese gamers got to straddle the plastic crotch rocket right when this article went public. We will later see Sega of America take advantage of this wheel to market Rally. The Sega Rally arcade machines are not doing as well in the Americas as they're doing in Europe and Japan. Throughout Eurasia, off-road tires are really catching fire.
About Sega Rally, it has been a while since the arcade version released. How has the game's popularity been in the last few months?
In Japan, thankfully, it remains highly popular, and also in Europe. It's very impressive how the game's reception improved over there. Recently, I have been in France and Italy, and the impressions were great. Every person I met complimented me. Over there, they regard the WRC in a similar way to how we see a sumo contest or a festival here in Japan. This time, we used actual cars in the game, the Toyota Celica and the Lancia Delta. I'm happy with the reception from not only those who like the game, but the reception from people who like cars is also very good. In this sense, I think we have made the right decision in making a game about Rally.
When asked about his role in the port, Mizuguchi says he's just the producer, working in conjunction with the consumer division team. AM and CS teams were usually assigned different projects at Sega. It was uncommon for them to work together. At the same time, Mies is busy working on one of his own projects, another motion simulation game which he hopes to show off at JAMA later this year. It's Manx TT Superbike. Sasaki is on the team as a designer and Yamamoto as programmer, but Mies tells SSM even those two are giving priority to other arcade projects. Most of Rally's weight is being pulled by CS. Many CS devs also worked on Virtua Racing Deluxe for the 32X. This port is partly known for its 2 extra tracks and extra cars. Does this mean we're going to see more tracks and cars on Saturn Rally? That remains to be seen. They are hoping to add more.
The new features are going to be things like tuning and setting up the car.
This is something we could not implement in the arcade, so obviously we are thinking about it. For example, if we implement choice of tires, suspension, and rear end size, what will be the effects on the race? We want the player to enjoy that in the finished game.
Much like the Daytona counterpart, even Sega Rally can't escape being compared to arcade rival Namco.
There are lots of similarities between Sega Rally and Ridge Racer in their graphical style. Could you comment on that?
Actually, I'm not very worried about that. Mainly because, different from the artificial scenery of Ridge Racer in the middle of megalopolis and urban highways, the theme of Sega Rally is racing in the heart of nature, through deserts and mountains. In this kind of game with the CG, it is much harder to display the realism of natural scenery than to show artificial stuff. That's why the staff is very confident in this project.
The arcade was made in a special cabinet that transmits the vibrations to the player. What sort of tricks will the Saturn version include?
While in the arcade, the car engine sounds and special effects were recorded from actual cars. For the Saturn version, we are putting efforts to implement a 3-dimensional effect to the sounds. The player will be able to enjoy a sound impact that they could not hear in the arcade.
It is in this SSM interview where Mizuguchi hints that this is not a direct port, but rather an effort that's more or less starting from scratch. Maybe they'll import a few textures, but the code is a clean slate. He's asking the CS team to outdo his own creation.
How far are you going to push the Saturn in order to reproduce the arcade graphics?
As far as possible. Actually, that is what I've been telling the staff. Rather than porting the game, the intent is to create a new game. In terms of content amount, we are really planning to leave the arcade version in the dust.
The Saturn version is about 3 months into development, and Mizuguchi is telling SSM it's only 10% complete. There are some doubts on whether or not Rally will make it in time for the critical 95 holiday season.
We are still not sure if we can release the game within this year, but I do not want anyone thinking that we have made no progress. From now on, the development pace will skyrocket. It is a game that I am very proud of, so look forward to further announcements.
The first of many Saturn Super demo discs includes this video announcement, telling Japan, Saturn Sega Rally is coming.
Sega Rally Championship.
It's using heavily compressed footage from the arcade game, not giving us a true glimpse of how it will look on console. We can see files on the demo disc show this video preview was finished sometime in June. It's July. In the heat of the summer season, drivers are getting ready for the WRC's Indonesia Rally. Sega's developers couldn't help but notice, earlier this year, a driver from their home country just made history in Kenya. So at some point, the Saturn Rally team made contact with Fujimoto.
Director Mr. Mizuguchi-san contacted me.
Sega wants him to help make Saturn Rally's physics even more lifelike.
That time, the arcade one is very close to real driving, but still not enough.
He spent a few days at Sega HQ playing the current build of the game, helping tweak the car physics.
I advised to them, feeling of the car. When jumping, usually rally driving, just before on the top, axle off and braking, then nose going down. Then that is more safe jumping. Flat out acceleration, the jumping is very dangerous, like this. So that's why I teach a lot of things, so also modify the program.
One thing he could tell right away, they're truly capturing the spirit of the motorsport.
They try to do as much as possible rally driving soul going to be programmed. That I felt.
But to really feel the heartbeat of the land, Fujimoto invited some of Saturn Rally's devs to Indonesia. The man who helped inspire the art is about to become the art.
They came to field, and I tried to drive with them, so they can feel more what is rally, what is the feeling. Also, very important to see a spectator or what spectator reaction.
WRC records show he is not competing in this race under the Toyota team banner, but rather under Tein Sport. So he's more or less calling all the shots. And if that means slapping Sega's video game on his car, damn it, he can do it. At the front of Fujimoto Celica, the Saturn team is replacing the Castrol logo with Sega Rally stickers. The adhesive properties of this decal represent the strong tie between the real-life rally driver and these mystic digital warlocks. Its surly bonds will affix the tie between Sega Rally and Rally. This GT4 is not made of quads. It's forged from the soul of Japan. As SSM writes, Fujimoto raced this rally in just about the same conditions seen in the video game, but his luck stats were seemingly spent in Kenya. Okay, I don't know why I wrote that. There's no luck stat in Sega Rally Championship, but okay, just forget about it. Fujimoto did not finish Indonesia due to crash damage.
Fujimoto also retired on the second stage. As you can see, he inverted the car.
We can see the battle-scarred Celica here in video of the official real-life Sega Rally car. Saturn Rally's devs are putting in a car customization mode, and Fujimoto will help carve out this idea. About a week after the Motorhead devs return from Indonesia, both SSM and Saturn fan visit the team to see how far Saturn Rally is coming along. Clocking in at 30% complete, AM3 is showing off Forest, the game's second track. We can see models for both the Celica and Lancia surfing across the dirt textures and drifting through tarmac. The devs mention these models still need some design work so they can look good from all angles.
The model for the car the player uses is still a temporary version. The programming also has many changes to come. The various dust cloud effects kicked up by the cars are also still in progress.
When asked why they started with the second track, Mizuguchi said it's because of the different road surfaces, making it difficult to reproduce. It's sort of a benchmark for the devs.
If we do moderately well here, we thought that other courses would go well too. That's why we started from intermediate.
Mies talks about the challenges with making a 3D game on this console. He says Saturn makes it difficult to show large polygons. They're also making some readjustments to the environments to keep the draw distance at a good distance. It was a problem on Saturn Daytona. One compromise is clear right away, with Saturn Rally using fewer polygons for its world than Arcade Rally. SSM asked if they're pulling any polygon data from the arcade game. Mies said they cannot use the arcade model data. The team is redoing most of the models for Saturn, simply using the old stuff as reference.
From a quick look at the graphics, the tracks in Daytona don't look rough or bumpy at all in comparison.
Here at AM3, rough and bumpy is how we describe the group of programmers under Hattori.
No, they're doing great work. Our know-how comes from our experience working on the Mega Drive port of Virtual Racing and Virtual Racing Deluxe on the 32X.
At this point in early development, they have yet to figure out how multiplayer will work. The Daytona port is only one player. So far, no first-party Sega team has a split-screen game on Saturn.
We haven't decided yet on the method, whether it'll be through communication or screen splitting.
Using communication has its difficulties, but I think there are various ways to approach it. We're testing things like connection cables and screen splitting, aiming for the best form.
Though much of 3D gaming is uncharted, 1995 is not an era where split screen is rare, but it's still less than common. Super Mario Kart and Genesis Virtua Racing have split screen, but other early 90s games like F-Zero and Super Monaco GP do not. Time will tell if they can pull off split screen racing on Saturn, like the third-party developed Grand Chaser and American Virtua Racing. Mies talks about using connection cables to link up multiple consoles for multiplayer. It's a logical step from the arcade cabs, which can link up for 4-player. Regardless of how they handle getting more than one body in one game, the clock is ticking. As of this July interview, they're 30% done, aiming to launch the game in December of this year. During the interview with Saturn Fan, Mizuguchi mentions wanting to add an extra stage, but the translator for this article notes he might be loosely referencing the time trial mode.
Can you give us some details on the structure of the partnership between AM3 and CS Team?
I'll give you a rough explanation. Inside AM3, once development on the arcade version finished, talks of a Saturn port immediately began to pop up. Initially, AM3 took up the work of porting the game, thinking, well, let's give it a shot. But an arcade game inside of an arcade is an amusement device, isn't it? Play sessions are concentrated into intervals of about 3 to 5 minutes. Home gaming is a fundamentally different way of playing. So, for the Saturn, you can't use an arcade team. They requested the help of CS Team staff who are knowledgeable about home gaming. So for Sega Rally, CS Team carries out the porting work. From AM3, arcade director Kenji Sasaki and chief programmer Sohei Yamamoto and I supervised the project. To reach a perfect conversion in the end, the team has to have tough meetings. The team must work together. On the other hand, this is a basis for Saturn exclusive editions. How many Saturn exclusive elements can we offer is a serious consideration. We cannot completely exceed the arcade version. There needs to be a good reason to play it at the arcade. At least for us, we just want this kind of careful play at home.
Unlike the arcade, at home you can play for long periods of time, right?
That's right.
Daytona has hidden features too.
Of course. It's not like you can ride a horse or anything. As long as you have the time, you can put in fun features.
The demo being shown to these magazine writers has no sound, but the devs say they're working on it.
Also, we're considering adding a little extra. Even with the music, we want to do something even better than the original, and we're paying attention to aspects unique to console gaming in every way.
By saying we want to make better music in this July 18th interview, Mizuguchi really undersold just what's going on with the Saturn soundtrack. The very next day, this hit store shelves. An all-new arrange of the eclectic and sensational Sega Rally soundtrack. Ignition takes Takanobu Mitsuyoshi's MIDI compositions and plays them out with a real-life rock band, composed by Naofumi Hataya, known well for working on a ton of other Sega games. Renowned producer and guitarist Takayuki Hijikata dropped this bombshell of an album for a humble price of about 3,000 yen. Loud guitars belt out the familiar melodies, subtly mixed with the roars of engines and cheers from the gallery. Astonishing synths slam down the doors, fighting alongside incredible solos from Hijikata. This kicks ass. You can occasionally hear the Navigator in the background of some songs. Though they're not samples from Ken, our main man did get to help in another way.
When the game became popular enough, Mizuguchi-san said, hey, we're actually going to have a popular rock band re-record all the main tracks for the game, I think it was, but they're going to add a new theme or title track to the CD.
He remembers the conversation with Mizuguchi like it was yestercentury.
I'd like you to write the lyrics for it in English. And I thought, oh, this is cool. Another great opportunity.
Sometimes, when Japanese musicians sing in English, the native speaker's ear may occasionally recognize something that sounds a bit off. Maybe it's the random English line in an anime intro, or something slapped into the lyrics of a Maria Takeuchi jam. Whether these lines make you want to ride on Shooting Star or dance to the plastic beat until another morning comes, you know it when you hear it.
But I was always kind of like perplexed by the usage of English in Japanese music. And there's a lot of it that's just really odd. And so I thought, I'm writing this one in English. I'm gonna do as best a job as I can to make it sound like a real English song. And I thought I did a pretty good job. And I remember he told me, come in on Sunday and then we'll go over it. So I remember going in and being kind of, happy with what I had written, nice rhyme scheme and all this kind of stuff, good phrasing and whatnot. And then we kind of went over it. And by the time we were done with it, he said, well, I don't know. He had different reasons why maybe this Japanese wouldn't understand this or wouldn't sound right to them or this and that. By the time, like a couple hours later, we're done, with him editing it, asking me if we can chop this word out, do this, that, and the other, we came out to what the final thing was. And it's not that bad, but it wasn't what I had originally written.
He's credited alongside Mizuguchi on the lyric sheet in his katakana name, Kenesu Ibrahimu.
Only my dad would call me Kenneth.
Ken does not remember what his original lyrics were, but through the back and forth with Sega of Japan, it evolved into the occasionally misunderstood lyrics we know and love today. That singer is Takao Naoki, known by some for his performances in the Super Sentai series. He did a lot of anime music, including this song for a Pokemon radio drama.
もともとのアーケードゲームも車の挙動とか素晴らしい出来なので、それがなかなか好評なもので、そのあたり特に損なわないようにまずは完全移植を目指したいと。
Sega Rally Championship.
Through a heavily compressed window in an already compressed FMV, Ryuichi Hattori and Tetsuya Mizuguchi are showing off the latest Saturn Rally build in Saturn Super Volume 2. This extra special demo disc was completed on August 7th, showing off footage from a very similar build to the previous SSM magazine. We got a peek at the menuing, not revealing any new modes. Just like before, only the forest track is shown. While the capture footage is more fuzzy than a Monday-hating cat, we can still see how it compares to the arcade so far. Next to the roads, we see grass, the dirt inclines, a layer of bushes, and a layer of trees behind them. But just one audience member showed up, and hardly any of those large pine trees are implemented. Though hard to scrutinize at this fidelity, we can already see the car model looking very similar in style and shape, though it's noticeably using fewer polygons. The shadow texture keeps clipping out. No dirt clouds are getting kicked up behind the tires while turning. That giant rock face across from the hairpin is absent. We do see the car get darker when it enters a tunnel. Finally, the draw distance. Playing arcade in wireframe mode, we can see AM3 did a great job at loading in preset slices of the track when the player can't see it.
Easy right.
Whole chunks of track are drawn when the car reaches a set point.
Over jump.
The skybox is constructed from polygons, encasing the track in a Truman Show dome. Some elements, like checkpoint posts, appear to always be rendered, mistakenly shown in this replay footage on the CGMV tape. On this Saturn footage, we can see the island drop off on straightaways, visibly seeing the pop-in. Still, the draw distance is looking slightly longer than in Saturn Daytona. Keep in mind, we could see some of the draw distance drop-off in Arcade Daytona too, just not quite as bad. Regardless of Saturn Rally's performance differences, the devs note gameplay will expand upon the arcade original. This proof of concept is merely the beginning.
コースの追加に関しては今のところ業務用で作った4つの、初級、上級、中級、超上級のコース、これを隅々まで、遊べるようなモードとして新しい機能を追加したいとかゲーム機能を追加したいっていうアイデアはあるんですけど、何らかの形でね新しい地形を入れたいなとは思ってるんですけども、今トヨタセリカ、それからランチャデルタ、インテグラーレと2台使ってますけども、スペシャルでねもう1台用意したいなというふうに思ってます。この写真に関してはまだちょっとお答えできません。新要素としましては、今のところ予定ですけども、車のセッティングをある程度できるようにしようかなということを今ちょっと進めてます。例えば足回りとかですね、いろんなところを変えると、こういう橋になるんだっていうのを分かるゲームにしたいなと、車の好きな人でも、車に興味のある人でもね、そういうことができるゲームにしたいと。
プラスアルファとして先ほど水口が言ったような家庭用のオリジナルの要素も細かく詰めていきながら作っていこうと思ってます。
Though only a basic race is being shown off so far, the devs are clearly proud of this project. Their confidence in Saturn Rally is extraordinary.
今までその家庭用でも数々の車ゲームが出てますけれども、これは業務用の移植っていうのもありますけれども、単純に家庭で遊べる車のゲームとしては今まで出た中で一番最高のものを、作れると、自信を持って開発を進めてます。これが車のゲームかっていうことを、証明できるんじゃないかと思いますので楽しみにしてください。
これだけポリゴン数が出るぞと、これだけ綺麗なグラフィックができるぞということを見せていきたいなと思ってます。
Later that week, SSM pays AM3 another visit. Their second track is the game's first track, showing desert on Saturn. But the real story is this dude. Look at his style, and more importantly, his stash. This is what it means to be the 90s. From his shirt, to the fresh cut, to the incredible face foliage. This man is Atsuhiko Nakamura, one of the game's directors. Aside from having a stash that would make Ditka blush, Nakamura is unleashing new information to the masses about Saturn Rally, alongside head graphic designer Minoru Matsuda, whose style is of slightly less significance. Desert is clearly in its infancy, especially at the last turn. Hardly any of its environmental features are here, like the animals and trees, though we can still see some new features put in since July.
Regarding things like dust and visual aspects, we've incorporated quite a bit, and we've also slightly reduced the vertical stretching of the cars. Due to the pixel ratio of the screen, they tend to stretch vertically, but we'll be adjusting that continuously.
Arcade Rally has a very large amount of these visual elements. While gradually refining the core gameplay and apparently recreating tracks from scratch, they're trying to keep the frame rate high and consistent. For example, Nakamura says a track in the arcade version might have at least 400 audience members. On Saturn, they're gradually increasing the amount of audience members to see how many can fit in without tanking the game's performance. It's also part of why that rear-view mirror is absent. I should note, we can see signs they had a hard time implementing the rear-view mirror in Arcade Rally. You can see more drop-off and polygons popping out if you really closely look at that rear-view mirror.
When it comes to adding rear-view mirrors, it consumes additional memory for the data related to those mirrors. And also, in arcade mode, rear-view mirrors only appear from the driver's perspective. Considering that more people might play at home and prefer to see the rear-view mirror when driving, we haven't included it for now.
But we'd like to include it if possible. Well, it's under consideration.
The two devs spoke about wanting to add a time attack mode and car adjustment options. They say they would like to add new cars and toy around with other game modes, but for now, they're focusing on getting the base arcade game ported.
When it comes to discussing what's different by comparing photos, that's another story. But when playing the game, we're making sure the sensation is exactly the same.
They're trying to get the feel of an analog arcade wheel on a Saturn D-pad. It's something Nakamura says they'll be fine-tuning until the very end of development. Adding new camera views is also on their to-do list. Matsuda wants to bring in a similar replay mode to what his team put into Virtua Racing Deluxe on 32X. Nakamura says getting this to work means cramming it down the RAM bottleneck. Matsuda ends the interview by confidently saying, Saturn Rally will be one of the highest quality racing games. That said, the CS crew is really starting to hit the pressure cooker. It's already August. It took them 6 months to get 35% of the game done. Now they have to get the other 65% done in 4 months. They have 1.5 tracks, 2 cars, new songs, and that's it. So far, none of the bonus features are in, alongside sound effects, several environmental features, and 2 entire tracks. Now, a lot of the heavy lifting with the game engine's already done, so that's a huge chunk right there. Perhaps the percentages are inaccurate, but they still want to continually improve the steering. They're still talking about adding new features. Can they feasibly get this done by December? Will there be extra cars and tracks? At this rate, Saturn owners will be lucky if just the base game makes it in time. Remember, their goal is to outdo the arcade version. If they have to rush it, they might underdeliver. Though no one should underestimate the tenacity of first-party Sega devs, for they all embody this wisdom from the Walrus.
I'm pretty strong at crunch time.
どうも渡辺です、セガラリーチャンピオンシップがですねいよいよセガサターン版で登場することになりました。そこで今日はですねこちらに2人のゲストをお迎えしてお話を伺いたいと思います。まずこちらの私の隣に座ってらっしゃるのはですねセガラリーのアーケード版つまりオリジナルの制作から手掛けられてきた AM3 研の水口哲也さんです。よろしくお願いします。
Showing off a very similar build of Saturn Rally, Hattori and Mizuguchi are getting their brains picked by Sega Video Magazine. We can see relatively clear video of how the forest track is coming along. Driving mechanics are looking decent.
セガサターン版が今現在どのようなですねコラボレーションで制作されているかそれの話からお尋ねしたいんですけれども。
まずもともとアーケードはアミューズメントチームというかAM というという、私は3県にいるんですけども、その中で作ってで、それが終わってそのサターンの話が出ましてでそれでどこで作ろうかって考えた時にやっぱりそのアーケードならではの遊びはやっぱアーケードのチームが強くてで家庭ならではの遊びを作るにはやっぱりコンシューマーのチームってやりたいなっていうのがあったんですね。でそれでたまたま服部君の方がちょっと時期的に空いてましてで彼はいろいろとレーシングゲーム特にポリゴンなんかでも非常に得意で実力もあるんでじゃあこれはもう一緒にやろうということで。
オリジナルのいいところでここは絶対残したかったっていうところってどこですか水口さん。
やっぱりメインプログラマーの山本宗平さんが作ったその車の走行性能をいいところをね家庭のそのパッドでも十分楽しめるものをやっぱりその作りたい。要するに絵のフィーリングと走行性能のフィーリングは持ちつつですね、そのまま行くわけにはやっぱいかないんで、その辺なんか服部君が一番考えてサターン版でアレンジしたところだと思うんですけど、そうでしょうか。
その辺のアレンジの話を聞きましょうか。いかがですか。
業務用の方は秒間60フレームで動いてるんですけど、絵のクオリティと動き両方を保つためにっていうんですか、その辺のどのぐらいのバランスを取っていくのかっていうのはすごい難しいんですけど、一応今度サターン版では秒間30フレームにしましてある程度のクオリティも上げまして動きも大体保つというようなことを考えながら
動きとか絵のダイナミズムアーケードになったダイナミズムもそのアーケードテイストも割と活かしながらですよね。
そうですね、
あとそのアーケードにないようなフィーチャーってあるんですか。
より長く遊んでもらえるように家庭用ってことなんで、タイムアタックのモードだとか、これも区間タイムとかきっちり計測できるような形にしたり、 あと自分の走りを後で見れるリプレイモードとかも考えてます。
その辺はじゃあ今じわじわとできつつあるみたいな。
そうですね。
他には何かありますか？
そうですね、今、服部君が言ったタイムアタックの他に、業務用でできなかったことでやりたかったことはいくつかあるんですけど、まずそのマシンのセッティングをできるようにしたい。例えばその、足回りをこういうふうにいじるとこういう挙動になるよっていうのも、そういうゲーム今までいくつかありますけど、それを本当に分かりやすくですね、やっぱりもう車っていうのはこういじればこう走るんだっていうのが、その分かるような感じ、もっとリアリティが欲しいなっていうのと、あとはちょっと新しいマシンをね1台追加する方向で考えてるんですけど、
すごい情報ですねこれはね。
でちょっとそのマシンが何かっていうのはまだお教えできないんですけど、誰がラリーが好きな方とかね、車が好きな方だったら、ああって言っていただけるもんだと思うんですけどね、今一生懸命お話ししてます。おそらく多分大丈夫だと思いますよ。
じゃあ期待したいですね。はい、それでは最後にですね、服部さんの方からこの作品について、セガスタン版セガラリーについてですね、自信のほどをです、ファンの皆さんに向けて一言どうぞ。
私もこの3年間レースゲームばかり結構作ってきたんですけど、
バーチャレーシング16ビット版とあと 32X のデラックス、あれは服部さんの作品ですよね。非常に評判良かったですね、あの作品ね。
でその中でもやっぱり一番今まででいい出来だなと自分でも思うんで、楽しみにしててください。
期待したいですね。じゃあもう一踏ん張りお二人、完成まで頑張っていただきたいと思います。ありがとうございます。よろしくお願いします。ありがとうございます。
As August wraps up, the team has 4 months to get the game on shelves. Because of how long it takes to process and ship physical game copies, they really have less than 3 months to finish coding. To meet deadline, September of 1995 becomes a marathon. It's surprising that he has any time to do an interview with SSM, but on September 6th, our favorite mustache man returns to show off progress. In just the month of August, they went from 35% done to 55%. The mag writers concede in saying there were probably a lot of readers left wondering about the state of development, with so little time to do so much. Courses that are difficult to create are just about done. We got zebras and elephants in desert, more people in the gallery, flapping wings on the birds in forest, cheer sounds, environmental sound effects, and the beginnings of mountain and lakeside are being shown off. So we can finally see all 4 tracks in some form. SSM's crew is going hands-on with these new tracks. The more narrow passages in Mountain are making a big impression on the writers.
The small urban area is a high-speed zone where you have to drive at full throttle and 4th gear. If there's even a slight miss, you will find yourself up against the cold wall or your friend. The porting level is also very high, and we can assure you, even those who have played the arcade version will be pleased with the level of completion. In addition to the road surfaces and the ups and downs, the reproduction value of the graphics is also high. There won't be a downgrade for the Saturn version whatsoever.
They're saying the timer, checkpoints, and computer opponent movement are a match. Much like in the arcade version, if you mess up bad in Mountain, it could cost you first place, even on a good run. They get into another interview with Japan's Magnum PI, saying the team is working day and night on Saturn Rally. That absolutely tracks. Virtua Cop's developers told us if someone hit 100 overtime hours in a month, they might get razzed for slacking off. Extreme work shifts and all-nighters were common at Sega during the 90s. It was normal, and some have even claimed they liked it. In this 90s video of a different Japanese dev house, we can see programmers and designers sleeping under their desks. And get this, they appear to be making some kind of romance visual novel. Sleeping under your desks for this genre of video game is dedication that I hope to achieve someday. For many in this industry, in this era, the grind is their way of life. With so much Saturn Rally left to develop in so little time, I can only imagine what this was like for both AM3 and the CS crew. Atsuhiko Nakamura says if he could change anything about the game right now, it would be the color adjustment. Depending on the monitor, he believes this looks a little different from the arcade version. An all-new time attack mode is taking shape, the first original feature to hit Saturn Rally. Sadly, they're still figuring out ways to get two-player mode up and running. They're also working on the replay mode, setting up multiple camera angles for watching races. The actual act of racing will also have more camera angles. Nakamura closes by saying this:
I can't quite say it now, but we are thinking of some other amazing things. Well, I think I will be able to show you next month.
The stash is such a tease. Magazine writers go on to talk about the menuing in Time Attack, and the fact that you'll be able to save your replays to the system memory. A column from Daisuke Masatsuna is worshipping this progress build, saying there are no racers on home consoles reaching Saturn Rally's level of quality. It's especially surprising to Sega's arcade devs. The magazine writers say there was some concern among Arcade Rally staff when they heard this was getting ported to Saturn. After all, Daytona's did not look superb. But just seeing this 55% progress demo, they're pleasantly surprised.
Being honest, I thought that porting things like the graphics to the Saturn wouldn't be possible. I see this and I'm honestly impressed.
Kenji Sasaki adds the only thing he's worried about is Saturn Rally's resolution. Still, he didn't expect it to look this good. He brings up the incredible progress seen in Virtua Fighter 2. Sasaki says if you believe the Saturn can't do 3D, you should look at these two games. Though Sasaki does hope the D-pad controls improve. Sohei Yamamoto, a man who only worked on Arcade Rally, chimes in.
The user's demands are escalating, and recently, arcade ports have to be exactly the same in order to be accepted. But for this, isn't it on a passable level, kinda?
Later that month, some show that might be called Next Generation Console War pays a quick visit to Sega headquarters. We can see the CS crew hard at work, carving away at Saturn Rally. The photojournalist for this show seemingly leaks the secret car. Behold, the Lancia Stratos. This woman crafting the polygonal masterpiece is probably Saori Wada. The show does not say for sure. United Kingdom magazine Maximum sends a Japanese correspondent to Sega HQ. Both Nakamura and Mizuguchi are giving Western readers a dive into Saturn Rally. Yet, despite the fact that these are foreign journalists, foreign to Japan, this might be among the most revealing interviews about the port. It's a topic they kinda dodged in SSM and Saturn Fan. Candidly, the team tells Maximum they converted this mostly from scratch.
On the technical side, we have remade it to a considerable degree, almost completely. We use the arcade graphics to some extent, referring to our original data, but as for the program, the power of the machines is different.
Caution, hairpin right.
Nakamura says Model 2 is capable of running Rally at 60 frames per second. To get this vision on Saturn, they had to make it 30 frames per second, which apparently involves major changes to the game's mechanics. Other than some graphical assets, he says it was almost completely remade.
We played the arcade version many times to see the data, which is the basis for our programmer and designer.
Sound familiar? So, even though this is a team working within Sega's walls, with access to source material and the game's original creators, the two pieces of hardware are just too different for Sega to directly port Rally. They are reverse engineering their own game.
Our designers went back to the arcade version and worked out the locations, drew pictures, and captured the atmosphere and the feeling of distance. Then there were about 2 weeks of discussions on their work.
Mies speaks about sort of using this as an opportunity to make the driving physics even better. He tells Maximum about their collaboration with Yoshio Fujimoto, their trip to the Indonesia Rally, and how they studied the cars. For Virtua Cop, Isono and his AM2 crew were able to use the Sega Graphics Library game engine. It is also being used for Saturn's Virtua Fighter 2. Nakamura is telling Maximum when they started Saturn Rally, SGL was not complete, so this engine is of their own creation.
We had to go our own way, which took time. The team was good.
Isono is working on the Virtua Cop port at around this time, using SGL even though it was not done. They were helping develop SGL in tandem with their shooting game port. Nakamura adds, Model 2 uses monochrome textures. Saturn textures don't have this problem, but they cannot fit as many polygons in the system's memory. Since Saturn's textures allow way more colors, they can sort of use this to cheat their way into making nice-looking cars and worlds, even though they're using fewer polygons. The textures are just better. The team does not specify what dev kit they're using, but we can assume they're using the Sophia kits, or at least some branch of it. Sega started shipping those kits in October of '94, and Saturn Rally likely started in January or February of '95. I'm sure they would have definitely avoided the mini-fridge if they could have helped it. CS does have Mizuguchi on board to help make sure Saturn Rally plays like the original, but Mies is also pretty tied up with Manx TT Superbike. In an episode of Game Catalog 2, likely filmed in September, we find Hikaru in his usual habitat, making car noises on Japanese television.
今週はですね、レースゲーム特集ということで、またこれから発売されるゲームとかいっぱいあります。その最新情報をですね、我々 VTR に収めてきましたんで、とくとご覧あれ。レースゲーム。
For the week dedicated to Resu Gemu, the crew gets a chance to visit Sega and go hands-on with Saturn Rally. So they do this bit where the camera's in a first-person perspective of some dude trying to get info on Sega's latest racing game. He gets there, talks to the front desk ladies, and they're all like, "Pretty sure the man you want's by the bike racks. Go talk to him there, loser." So our man wanders outside and just ambushes Sega marketing director Tadashi Takezaki while he appears to be trying to cut some bike locks and pawn them off for Darius credits. Not really, probably, but you get the idea. So he takes the guest inside and shows off Saturn Rally.
Lucky!
こっちです。
ドキドキするな。早く見せてよ。
ここが特設サーキット場です。
なんとサターンでセガラリーが動いてるぞ。
セガラリーチャンピオンシップのセガサターン版、まだ今はね完成度は 50% ちょっとっていうところなんですけど、このようにメニュー画面とかはもう基本的に業務用のそのまんまということで、この車のね選択も当然、オートマチックと、マニュアルということで業務用と全く同じメニューから選べます。この他におまけで車が入るかもっていう今開発の方で作戦が進んでいます。それはまだ秘密ということで、じゃあサターンオリジナルの要素なんですが、まずここにアーケードモードというのの下にですねタイムアタックというタイムアタックモードの方は今回特別にもうお見せできます。
Takezaki says he's not allowed to show the secret car yet. That means those dudes from the preview show definitely leaked it. Nice.
Good body!
On October 3rd, the CS crew pressed this early build of Saturn Rally. Marker scrawling on the disc shows it's 75% done. Thanks to modern-day preservation efforts, it's available online. We can download it, look at the files, and play it. A portal into what the game looked like at this exact point in time. No attract mode. Straight to the start screen with the greeting from Ken. The main menu has this ball cursor that bounces when moved. You can play arcade mode.
Three, two, one, go! Easy right. Easy left. Easy right. Over jump.
All 4 tracks are playable and appear to be mostly complete.
Long medium right. Checkpoint.
The gallery is filled with way more audience members. Animals, plants, those sorts of things, they're all here, leaving the frame rate intact. But we're still missing a few environmental features, like the big rock face in Forest. We're also missing a few cosmetic level things, like no music in the victory cutscene.
Medium right, maybe.
But in terms of sheer gameplay, we have both cars, computer opponents, and all 4 tracks.
Medium left.
The base arcade game is pretty much ported, and it's looking terrific. Let's go over the timeline here. On July 18th, the game was 30% done, with 2 cars, 1 unfinished track, and no sound. The next month, it went from 30 to 35% with 2 tracks. Then the workhorses went into overdrive in just under 2 months, going to 75%, with nearly all of the base arcade content done. In these 2 months, the CS devs must have worked an unbelievable amount of overtime crunch hours. This is by far the best looking 3D racer on Saturn and among the very best on home consoles in its time. It fiercely challenges any notion that Saturn cannot do 3D. Sega Rally Championship for the Saturn is more than just a simple port. This is poised to be one of the console's greatest killer apps, joining the ranks of the big 3.
Virtua Fighter 2 Virtua Cockpit Sega Rally Championship.
From this point on, the team is focusing on tidying up arcade mode and adding the new content. Lo and behold, some of the new content is already in this proto. It's not clear who this build was made for. Possibly the gaming press, or just for use within Sega. Anyone who got it could get an early hands-on with time attack, 2-player, and car settings. Check out this beautiful menu, with spinning models of the 2 cars and tracks.
3, 2, 1, go!
In time attack, no computer opponents to worry about. Just you and the open road. It's 3 laps of racing against your own times.
Long, easy right, maybe.
The HUD shows the best flap overall while keeping track of your individual lap times. It does have a replay mode, but the camera just follows behind your car for now. This proto also gives us a glimpse at the car settings. This lets you adjust how fast the steering reacts to your inputs. The grip of your tires impacts drifting. Tighten or loosen your forward and rear suspension and change the blow-off valve. That just changes the sound your car makes. You can save multiple car setups for use in time attack. 2-player mode gives us a look at how the devs are making split-screen work without tanking the frame rate. The answer: reduce environmental elements and make the draw distance shorter. So things like audience members, trees, wildlife, it's all gone in split-screen. You also cannot see as much of the track as you can see in single-player. Strange glitch in this build. In some tracks, when player 1 gets in a certain section, player 2's car will flicker out of existence and parts of the track will disappear. Hopefully this gets fixed in the final build.
Medium right, medium left. Finish!
Now here's the real treat. If you get first place in arcade mode, you unlock 2 things in time attack: the lakeside track and the almighty Lancia Stratos. This legendary beast of a machine dominated the rally world throughout the 1970s. Its incredibly attractive design and iconic engine roar became well known to enthusiasts. Italy's outstanding engineers crafted a masterpiece specifically built to win rallies. Some fans call it the greatest rally car of all time. By the 1990s, the Stratos stopped appearing on the professional track, so this beaut is put into the game as a subtle nod to motorsports. As you might have guessed, its in-game stats are very high. It's also pretty difficult to control. It takes some time to tame this wild horse.
Easy left. 3, 2, 1, go!
This appears to be the same build shown off in a VHS demo that came with an issue of the British Sega Saturn magazine.
Medium right.
We can see it tease gameplay from all 4 tracks, keeping that main menu bouncy ball.
Sandwiches stuffed to the brim with fabulous fillings like chicken and broccoli. That's incredible.
On October 5th,
Hey, watch Seinfeld here on Channel 8.
Sega appears to use this build to make a playable demo for the bootleg sampler. This demo disc came packed with some Sega Saturns near the end of 1995. This cover and menu show it as some kind of sketchy brown paper bag with torn off paper for the menus. It carries a sort of got this from my dealer vibe. Very cool, very 90s. Reminds me of Steal This Album. The Sega Rally demo is a one-on-one duel in the forest track using Lakeside Song.
Easy right, easy left.
These are the same one-on-one duels we get in the arcade's practice mode.
Long, medium right.
Over on the English-speaking Usenet boards, fans are buzzing. Speculation, based on what the world has seen so far, is suggesting Saturn Rally might be the best-looking home console racing game. Game players of the era are naturally comparing this to Ridge Racer on PlayStation, Daytona on Saturn, Crash and Burn on 3DO, and all-time Jaguar classic, Club Drive. Namco's Ridge Racer has a few parallels to Saturn. It was also ported from scratch, mostly. Namco devs explained to the gaming press why it's not a direct port, saying it's because of vast differences between the arcade and console hardware. On PlayStation, it pulls off competent graphics at a steady frame rate. You can occasionally see pop-in at the edge of its draw distance, but the tight track design means you won't see pop-in very often. Should I note that there's just one track in Ridge Racer? I mean, technically it branches off into other areas in certain game modes, but like, just one track in Ridge Racer? One track? Ridge Racer has one track. Just wanted to point out to you guys that Ridge Racer has one track in it. Ridge Racer annihilated the Saturn port of Daytona in terms of graphics. Now Sega is biting back with Rally. We also see some pop-in, but it's just far enough to not get in the way of anticipating turns. Environments look slick, and the cars are just beautiful. Some Usenetters say they got a chance to play Rally demos as early as September, blown away by how it looks. It's consistently hitting 30 frames per second. That 75% proto is being sent to Sega Saturn Magazine Japan as they interview developers on October 17th. But this build must be ever so slightly different, since the writers talk about the attract mode. They say they like it. In the leaked 75% build, there is no attract mode. They go over the now mostly finalized Lakeside course with its tight winding turns. Then, another interview with Tom Selleck. Nakamura says the tracks are mostly done, they're just tightening up a few things.
If there were any adjustments to be made, it would be minor tweaks, such as fixing collisions. The course might still have some rough edges or areas where the view is obstructed, so it's about fixing those.
He says they're still tweaking the timing of computer opponents, admitting they're not precisely on the same path as in Arcade Rally. They're also still working on replay mode's camera angles, while figuring out ways to save replay ghosts for later. Nakamura recommends saving them to a cartridge so you can then take them to a friend's house and have the friend challenge your ghost. He also mentioned they're fixing those pesky glitches we saw in 2-player mode.
As for the replay, we're not ready yet. I think it will take quite some time to figure out things like camera angles. Also, adjusting advertising, endings, staff roles, and so on still remains to be completed. And then there's tweaking. Well, for a while, improving the quality of 2-player mode will be the main focus.
Since draw distance in 2-player is shorter to accommodate frame rate, they also must be conservative with how many environmental objects appear.
Will the number of objects in the 2-player mode increase in the future?
That might be a bit tougher for 2-player. It wouldn't be good if things appear and disappear abruptly. We're just getting started. We're really adjusting those aspects until the very end.
Medium right. Medium left.
A few pages in, SSM speaks with one of the sound designers, appearing to call him Mr. K. By the look of the credits, Saturn Rally's sound designer is Tatsuya Kozaki. He's been with Sega for a few years up to this point. Kozaki still does sound design for Sega to this very day. For the soundtrack, he confirms they're using the tracks from Ignition, though some sounds from the album, like cheers and engine noises, will be left out. It's just the music. New songs are made for each track for replay mode.
Well, you're gonna see your excellent run one more time. Cool breeze, birds and clouds. Relax and enjoy.
Sega Rally has separate noises for the engine sound and exhaust, though you'll hear the exhaust noise more in an effort to make it sound like you are in the car. Kozaki also talks a lot about using spatial sound.
When you get hit from the side, hearing the crash sound from the front is absolutely unnatural, so it should obviously come from the side. Also, during drifting, you often hit the door on the direction of travel with gravel thrown up from the front tires. I really wanted to capture that feeling, so I'm using realistic sound effects. We're also using them for the reverberation in tunnels.
On the exact same day as these interviews, an FMV preview of the game is put into the Saturn Super Volume 3 demo disc. The very next week, SSM sits down with Japanese rally racing legend Yoshio Fujimoto. He's coming into this interview fresh out of wrapping up the 555 Hong Kong-Beijing rally.
And he'll also be a major threat in the number 7 Toyota Celica.
Sega Rally remains at the helm of his Celica, sailing across the great eastern wilderness.
Another top Japanese entry is Yoshio Fujimoto. He, like everyone else, is coming to grips with the conditions.
This race is slippery, but looks like this. Very good grip.
Staying ahead of the Mitsubishi, I noticed. Is that going to stay for the rest of the rally, you think?
I think so.
Any problems for your car at all?
No, not now.
No mechanical problems?
No,
nothing?
nothing.
How are you enjoying it?
Yeah, of course.
Tiring, you look tired.
Yeah. Thank you.
See you later.
The underdog champion is revealing how he brought his experience on the track to Sega Rally Championship. His involvement goes a ways back. According to this article, at some point in 1994, staff for the Japanese magazine Racing On told Fujimoto about this rally game at Sega. He says he got to visit Sega HQ and give it a whirl at some point.
I was truly impressed. The sensation of driving in a rally was so well executed that you could almost call it a simulator.
When asked about how the Saturn port compares, Fujimoto said he naturally prefers the arcade machine, simply because it has a steering wheel and pedals. He told me the same thing 29 years later.
But bit difficult, because rally driving is feeling by body, which is G coming from my hip. Something I cannot feel like this. That is different. That's why I like arcade one, not Sega Saturn. Sega Saturn is only like this, right? Also feeling from steering, the seat was going to like this. So that more close to real feeling.
Very long easy right, maybe.
But he still thinks the Saturn version is really sharp, saying the graphics are much better than he expected. Unlike the arcade original, Fujimoto is credited in Saturn Rally as a supervisor. He helped them formulate the car settings, telling developers how certain adjustments will affect the car's performance.
Naturally, if you soften the suspension, the behavior of the car becomes more compliant. Also, if you disrupt the balance between front and rear, it will understeer or oversteer.
Easy right.
He gave feedback on the game's driving physics during its development. At the same time, he recognized there was a balance between making it realistic and making it fun.
First of all, I think the driving feeling is almost identical to that of a real car, and one thing that differs from actual rallying is that we're doing laps, right? In reality, it's about going from point A to point B, so there's a bit of difference there. Also, by doing it repeatedly, you start to determine things like the record line for corners, but in actual rallying, you never run the same line or the same course twice.
Fujimoto says actually driving in real rallies can cost billions of yen. Sega Rally is affordable.
I won't say this game is exactly like the real thing, but it's considerably close to simulation, offering a realistic experience, unlike previous ones. I hope that those who can't experience real rallying can get to know the excitement of rallying through this game. And it's inexpensive, too. Actually, if you try to participate in rallying, it costs tens of millions, even billions. I hope that more and more rally fans will increase because of this.
In this same issue, the Lancia Stratos is revealed to SSM's readers. I think this is when it was supposed to be publicly revealed.
FBI, Agero!
As the mag riders lose their minds over this additional car, they talk to Nakamura. It's only been 2 weeks since their last interview with FaceBroom. He says they're still working on replay cameras, other tweaks, and cheat codes. Then the interviewers get down to business. Nakamura says they already had agreements with Toyota and Lancia.
So naturally, we wanted something that people would be happy to receive. Somewhat famous, cool, like a supercar, and had a history of success in rallying. With those criteria, it became inevitable that the Stratus was chosen.
Were there any other cars that were considered?
By the time we decided to choose from rally cars, the options became quite limited. There were talks about the Renault and Ford, but they were too obscure, and young people nowadays wouldn't know about them. Considering that those in their 20s might at least know the Lancia Stratus, we went with that.
He recommends players get used to the default settings before making car adjustments.
For example, those who find the handling too quick or the rear too slippery might prefer a setup like front 3, rear 2. With this setup, even those who aren't used to tapping the direction keys lightly should be able to drive comfortably to some extent.
We can see this issue address a major change for fans of Sega Rally: the rear spoiler of the Celica. Get a look at the arcade spoiler. This meaty wing scoops the air like a boxy snowplow. It's massive. On Saturn, it's noticeably smaller, with the overall shape of the car conforming to its more curvy, real-life counterpart.
Do you happen to know why it changed? If not, that's okay.
Okay, that is, I think, ST205.
These two Celica variants reigned supreme at the time of Sega Rally: the ST185, manufactured up until 1993, and the ST205, coming out of the factories in '94.
After 96, I was driving this 205. This 205 has a spacer at the spoiler. It's possible to adjust the angle of spoiler for the downforce.
Fujimoto has a daily driver Celica at home, because why wouldn't he? It's a 205. His spoiler clearly shows the spacers used to boost the height of the spoiler. He believes the arcade model is based on a 205 with larger spacers in place. The Saturn model looks like a 205 with shorter spacers. The spoiler on his 185 from the Safari days is like dummy short. Saturn Celica appears to take a whack at making it look more like the real thing. While the Model 2 can render more polygons, its ability to do textures is not nearly as strong as Saturn's. In earlier dev interviews, they spoke about using textures to give the boxy cars a more curved look. They're also trying to give the Saturn port improvements over its arcade predecessor, so using better textures to make it look more like the real car makes sense. Just to recap, this is the arcade spoiler. They tried to mimic it in the 75% Saturn build. It changed in the 80% Saturn build. As Fujimoto recalls, the Saturn Rally spoiler was changed in an effort to make it look more like the real thing. During Rally Spain in late October, WRC officials found out the ST205 was effectively cheating by way of a very discreet turbo trick. As punishment, they did not ban the 205, but rather banned Toyota Team from competing in 1996. WRC records show Fujimoto switched back to the 185 during the Hong Kong rally, weeks before the 205 trick was caught.
Into the right-hand bend, then suddenly very heavy, then could not turn and hit it free.
He stuck with the 185 in 1996, racing under Tein Sport instead of the temporarily banned Toyota Team. 2 weekends later, CS puts the final stamp on the North American version of Sega Rally, November 3rd, 1995. This is the latest file date on the Western build. When a Saturn game is developed in Japan, it's normal for Japan to get it first. Curiously, this is the other way around. America is getting the first bite of Saturn Rally.
3, 2, 1, go!
2 weeks later, SSM interviews Nakamura. He says the game is 98% complete. His general attitude seems to indicate this is the end of their long road of overnights. The magazine writers notice the dummy-fast speed and wild handling of the Stratos. Nakamura says they created a tool that changes the percentages on how much a car uses front-wheel drive versus rear-wheel drive. The Stratos has more power in its rear wheels than the Celica and Delta. Nakamura says the most difficult part of development was making replay ghosts.
We've been featuring updates like a serialized story in our magazine until now. How does it feel now that development is complete?
It's indescribable. It's really fulfilling. I think, wow, we were able to get all the way here.
Was it beyond your imagination after all?
Yes, indeed. Initially, I didn't think we could stick to the schedule at all, to be honest. And I thought there's absolutely no time to develop any secret tricks, but we managed to include quite a lot, to the point where I'm extremely satisfied. It's also a big deal that we managed to include 2-player mode.
Isn't it kinda sad that your work on Rally is ending?
Yeah, definitely. It was quite busy, but it was really enjoyable, especially since I love car games. It's a bit sad.
So, with the master version almost complete, what would be your closing words?
Finally, I can go out for a drive. I'll be going out for a drive next week in a real car. Finally. It's been about half a year, 5 months or so. I'm thinking about going out on a proper drive after a while. On a serious note, Sega Rally seems to be hosting a time attack event, so I'm looking forward to it.
Sega Rally! Yay!
Meanwhile, our friends at Game Catalog 2 are getting an early copy of the build, just for the video game enjoying press.
それでは発売直前のセガラリー、セガサターン版ですね。はい。これでですね、リカちゃんとサリナちゃんに競争してもらいたいと思います。はい。上がこれは1プレイヤーですね。1プレイヤーリカちゃんね。そうですね。下がサリナ。はい。今スタートしました。しました。同じぐらいです。並んでますね。ほとんど一緒ほとんど一緒。
抜かれた。イエーイ、抜いた。抜かれた。
サリナの走りすごく気持ちが悪いんですよ。なんかね、でもね、今までのね、ポリゴンがいっぱい使えるって言っても、手をぶつかった時にポリゴンめくれちゃったりとかあったじゃないですか。そういうのないですね、見てる限り。サリナかなり下手でガンガンぶつけてますけど、ほとんどないです。セガはでもめちゃくちゃ力入れてますね、今回セガサターンね。少々お待ちいただけますか。
抜いた、抜いた、はい。
ほら。
はい、抜きました、リカさん抜きました。
サリナ、背中にでかい風穴開くね。打ち合わせの方しました。申し訳ございません。あのこともテレビのことはもうすっかり忘れておりますので。すみません。これ本物の銃と変えてもらえますか。実弾出るやつと。このままだと無理なんで、これ多分光線しか出ないんで。どっち勝って？お前あれだけ騒いで負けとんのか。勝ったのはリカちゃん。あのね、後ろでペラペラペラペラ喋るのがね、僕らの仕事なの。ね、分かった？
だってね、私抜いてたの最後の最後に抜いてずるいんですよ、あの人は。ずるい人ですよ。
これコメント言っていい？ちょっとコメント待っててね。さあ、今の勝負はですね、リカちゃんの勝利で終わりましたけども、この後はですね、バーチャポップですとか、それからですね、バーチャファイターの2ですとか、時間があればですね、先ほど私が使った柱、この辺でですね、みんな対戦していきたいと思いやー。
その前にですね、最新ゲームソフトをですね、採点するこちらのコーナーから。
On November 18th, 1995, that same build marked as 98% complete gets released in North America. So despite not being a 100% build, Sega wants to rush this out to shelves before the North American holiday shopping season. Releasing on the 18th means they made it in time for Black Friday. It's releasing under the Sega Sports brand, changing up the box art design, using this gray overlay instead of the typical white template.
Fun fact.
Sega Rally and Virtua Fighter 2 are the only North American Saturn games to use this gray case design. Usenet user Glenn bought it day one from EB, posting a same-day review that calls it a, quote, must-have exclusive. Others say the graphics are finally competitive with PS1 games, several miles ahead of the Daytona port. No one seems to be noticing the fact that Saturn Sega Rally is not 100% complete. They're not talking about how the giant rock face from Forest is a no-show. Unless they pay close attention to Japanese gaming magazines, no one in North America knows that they're getting an incomplete game. The 98% build is just close enough to fool them, and close enough to sell some copies. North America's release of Rally coincides with the continent's release of the arcade racer peripheral. Unlike its gray Japanese counterpart, America's wheel takes on a black design, matching the rest of the region's hardware. Each of the big 3 holiday season games will be released with the corresponding peripheral. We saw Virtua Cop come out with the gun, and we'll soon see Virtua Fighter 2 drop alongside the Virtua Stick. The fabled Mission Stick isn't out yet, despite Black Fire being out.
Impact target hit.
Viewers of the Virtua Cop documentary are probably wondering what happened with this pair. At the Toshima and Sega Saturn event, Rika, one of Game Catalog 2's esteemed show hosts, was being shown around by Seishi Nangumo from Sega. Rika wanted the Virtua Cop box set. Nangumo said he would give her one in exchange for a shoulder massage. Rika obliged. The pair would then come across Sega Rally for the Sega Saturn.
これもアーケードから移植されたセガラリー。サタン版でも迫力十分だぞ。
このセガラリーいいな。いいな。いいな、南雲さんいいなこれ。欲しいな。
そうですね。じゃああれで勝負しましょうか。
あれ？
ファイティングバイパーズ。
It's starting to look like Nangumo might be getting sick of GameCat 2's producers. A week and a half after Saturn Rally slams the States, the CS crew puts the final stamp of approval on Japan's port. This is going from 98% to 100. It would seem they're opting for a no-rush shipping option for the home country release. North America's Rally hit shelves just 15 days after it was supposedly finalized. This is a breakneck shipment speed for this era. It usually takes a month or more. Virtua Cop took 24 days from the end of development to being on North American shelves, and that was considered fast. Japan's Saturn Rally is finalized on November 28th, and it wouldn't hit Nippon game stores for at least another month. As November turned to December, Mizuguchi took a trip to Madrid. While there, he did an interview with Spanish magazine Ultima Generacion on December 2nd. Okay, but look at the cover of this issue. Buttman, faced with decisions. The interview is presumably conducted in Japanese, then translated to Spanish for the magazine, and years later, Dr. Ken Horowitz of Sega 16 translated the Spanish translation to English. Given his credentials, I believe this is accurate, mostly. Once again, unlike the Japanese magazines, this talks about Saturn Rally not using the source code.
How did the process of porting Sega Rally from the Model 2 to the Saturn begin?
First of all, we need to clarify the term port. At no time was the Saturn version of Sega Rally a port. We had to develop code that was completely new and separate from the original Model 2.
Mizuguchi calls the Saturn a high-quality machine, saying it offers unique benefits over Model 2, like being able to use multiple colors for a given texture. He says they spent hundreds of hours test driving cars, but thinks their biggest challenge was figuring out how the Stratos should feel. They never got to drive a real Stratos. Mies also dips into how they got two-player to work well while sacrificing some graphics.
Fun fact.
It's confirmed here. They originally considered using the serial cable to link consoles together for local multiplayer.
When it came time to discuss the possibility of including a mode where two players could compete simultaneously, we opted to do it directly, without cables or the need to connect two consoles, two televisions, and two games, which is what happens with other game consoles. This decision brought with it the logical division of game elements, like polygons, by half. Evidently, we chose to remove the most expendable elements like trees, people, and other strictly decorative things, with the goal of respecting how truly transcendent the cars and their behavior were.
There's all sorts of talk about how this might be the best looking 3D game on Saturn so far, and perhaps the best home console racing game of 1995. Some might think this is the peak of Saturn's capabilities. Mizuguchi argues this is merely the beginning.
Could Sega Rally be considered the high watermark of what the Saturn has to offer?
Completely the opposite. At this moment, we could say that we're still in a learning period, and that Sega Rally is only the tip of the iceberg of what the Saturn can offer.
Right before the end of 1995, the 100% Saturn Rally unveils itself to a patient Japanese audience on December 29th.
Sega Rally Championship.
This one got a few extra weeks to marinate. Outside of barely noticeable tweaks, many fans noticed the red badge on the back of the Celica, and more fans in the gallery. The big changes here are the rock face, finally back at the forest hairpin, new ghosts in Time Attack, and additional cameras for replay mode. Now you can watch your races like it's a televised event. Europe will get its localization of Rally in about a month, well after the holiday season.
Right forward.
Right around this late end of 1995, Sega's arcade rival pulled a classic move. Namco released Dirt Dash to arcades around the world. This might look and sound a little familiar, eh? Next Generation magazine says it's good, but recognizes it's similar to Sega Rally. This never came out on home consoles. SSM interviews Nakamura, Matsuda, and Hattori about getting to the end of Sega Rally's tense development cycle.
Let's watch. The key to victory on this cool course is patience. But as you know, only patience is not enough to win.
They said different parts of the game were split among each team member. They constantly made gameplay tweaks right up until the bitter end, and even spoke about the changes they made to the Celica's spoiler.
How do you feel now that Sega Rally is finally complete?
Personally, I'm satisfied with how it turned out. This time, I took on the roles of director and chief programmer for the first time, so it was quite challenging both in terms of workload and time. Last year was busy, but this year we had people working under us who contributed in various ways, which was a big help. Since we divided the work this time, each person has a sense of attachment to their respective tasks, so it's turned out quite well.
The team talks about spending loads of time adjusting handling, game balance, graphics, and the small details.
There may be some who say they don't play racing games, but because it's interesting, please give it a try. There hasn't been a game that accurately simulates things like suspension movement, engine revs, or friction with the road surface until now, so I'd like players to experience that aspect. Even for those who find it difficult, please give it a try, even if it's just watching replays of the Stratos. It's worth seeing.
If you have to drive only one course for the rest of your life, this is the one. Is this heaven? Yeah.
Though its tracks are short, the rally was long, and the mustaches, more thick than the forests. Yet more dense were the obstacles CS had to sift through to get this major project to its victory podium. The perseverance was extreme. One can hope all this hard work might actually pay off for once.
Smooth.
Our minds play a key role in perseverance, especially with physical endurance. When an athlete is truly committed, their brain has a remarkable ability to keep bodily systems going until the very end. It's a show of force often seen at 24 Hours of Le Mans, the oldest active endurance race in motorsports. Instead of competing for the fastest time, the champion of Le Mans is whichever car covers the most physical distance in a span of 24 hours across an 8.5-mile track. Often taking shifts in teams, Drivers pushed their own limits while testing exotic new machines against the cruel bonds of physics. The up-and-coming Johnny Herbert would carry Mazda's 787B to victory in 1991, a collaboration of Japan's talented engineers with one of Britain's most skilled drivers. Herbert collapsed shortly after this major win, his body holding out. The English would strike again the very next year, as Mark Blundell took a Peugeot machine to his first-place finish. The careers of these two men would eventually cross paths in the biggest race of their lives, a one-on-one in Sega Rally Championship.
I like to get dirty once in a while.
GamesMaster invites the two gentlemen to compete for the coveted golden joystick. Hauling a whole-ass twin cab onto the set, Herbert and Blundell will face off in a 2-lap race on the desert course.
Okay, now Mark, I know you've both had a brief practice on the game. How does it handle compared to a real car?
Pretty good, it's quite realistic.
Any problems you envisage?
Yeah, Johnny.
It's a proper warrior's greeting through the golden gates of GamesMaster. Blundell tells the hosts he's had a chance to try this out before. But Herbert happens to be a golden joystick alum.
You're almost playing at home. Yeah, more or less, yeah.
Both men opt for the Celica, making this a race of pure skill.
Best of luck, Mark. Best of luck, Johnny. Start your engine. See Johnny in his rearview mirror there, losing a little bit of breath. Let's watch Johnny Herbert's monitor. We can see him behind. He's trying to get the right to overtake him.
The two start nearly neck and neck, but when you're off-road, you can play a little dirty. Blundell manages to catch up in lap 2, bumping with his fellow British driver. It all comes down to the final very long easy right maybe. Herbert perseveres, winning a smack upside the head from his fellow competitor and his second golden joystick.
Now, Johnny, obviously, you've won the British Grand Prix. How does that compare to winning on this?
No contest. This was absolutely fantastic.
One of the tensest challenges I can ever remember on the show, and the second GamesMaster Golden Joystick he's won in his career goes to Johnny Herbert!
As he walks away from the set of GamesMaster with the two-peat, many Saturn owners are walking home with an even better reward: Rally at home. It didn't matter if you were an American with a 98% copy or the rest of the world with a giant boulder. Anyone playing this in late 1995 to early 96 had, without a doubt, one of the greatest racing games you could get on a home console. Sega Rally Championship is satisfying. Sure, it only has 4 tracks and 3 cars. For any console racing game, even for the time, that's a small amount. Yet, I find myself coming back to Rally again and again and again. The act of mastering each turn and grinding down my times never gets old.
You did right.
Tracks and physics are so masterfully put together. Hitting the ceiling of skill just doesn't seem to happen. Starting this up, the player immediately gets most of the game at their fingertips, with a couple of exciting unlockables. In arcade mode, we can either select Championship or Practice mode, looking and sounding just like the arcade machine when it's fed legal tender. You can pick either the Setica or Delta in automatic or manual. Practice lets you pick a track, dueling against the opposite car in a 2-lap race.
Three, two,
In Championship, you race one lap on the main 3 tracks against 14 computer opponents. Your position carries over, so if you end track 1 in 10th place,
Finish!
you start track 2 in 10th place.
Go!
Take first at the end of track 3, you get a chance to play Lakeside, just for fun. It's a bonus course, doesn't count towards your time.
Medium right.
If you manage to beat Lakeside,
Finish!
credits roll, and you win the coveted Lancia Stratos. To unlock this car, you can't turn down the difficulty from its default setting.
Easy left, maybe.
When I started playing Rally for the first time, I was an automatic Delta man. The car physics instantly felt like butter. It was just easier to use. The developer said they tweaked the D-pad steering until the final day of development, and it shows. This controls so extremely well with the D-pad. Ironically, it does not seem to control well with the racing wheel.
This is the home version of the mega arcade hit Sega Rally.
It just always seems to oversteer and hit the wall. Maybe I just got way too used to the D-pad steering, but Rhino on Bad Influence seems to agree with me.
No, the steering wheel is harder to control than the joypad.
Medium left, maybe.
Many Saturn wheels have varying degrees of quality in today's aftermarket, but this particular wheel I'm using works well in other games, like Daytona. So yeah, it's nice that it sparked the wheel peripheral in the West, but I'm sticking with the pad. Though I'm sure other people do just fine with the wheel. I'm not one of them. Sam I Am, a translator I frequently work with, is one of them. He swears by the wheel, lives and dies by the wheel, tells me I'm wrong and I should start using the wheel. For some players who want to get super duper precise with the steering and are willing to take on a learning curve, you might want to try the wheel. If you have it, give it a shot.
Easy left. Checkpoint.
Since it's so overpowered, beating arcade mode with the Stratos is a separate beast. The road to mastering Vanilla Rally with Celica or Delta has its own steps. The first big challenge: getting to the end of track 3 before the timer ends. Even on default settings, the timer was my enemy as a newbie. It took me a number of attempts to know the tracks well enough to get to the finish. Forget about getting first place. Making time was my first prize.
Finish!
Even after clearing this first hurdle, I was constantly hitting 4th place. Until one day, something inside me just sort of got it.
Easy right. Easy left.
I felt like an all-new video game enjoyer. On track 1, I finally nailed that last turn, ending in 9th place for the first time.
Finish!
The hairpins were taken with overt care, favoring safety over speed and precision. While Craig doesn't play conservatively, he strikes balance in saying,
"A small mistake can affect your entire game."
Finish!
Finishing with a time of 3:27.82, my next goal was clear: beat Unc. Often referred to as beating Uncle, landing a time under 3:25.25 is arcade mode's highest honor. On the arcade machine, this is known as beating Pooh. Pooh has a different top time. Making the tires fart daily, I practiced the tracks, grinding down the time bit by bit. It is at this point when I graduated from driving automatic to driving stick.
Medium right.
Hanging up my traditional American transmission ways, I learned the magic of gear drifting. Through this, my turns became adequate enough to beat Uncle. I did it. I topped the leaderboard. I am the Sega Rally Champion. Yet this was not the end of the road for my rally experience. I tried my hand at beating Uncle in single-track leaderboards. The satisfying physics and tight track design are so good, I just kept playing and playing, seeing how far I can take the times. You can race against friends, have a contest to get the best time, mess around with car settings. There's all sorts of juices to be squeezed here. Yeah, there's only 4 tracks and 3 cars, but the game is just that good. Any racing game fan can easily sink hours and hours into Rally, as people around the globe exist in this shared world of caution hairpins and easy left maybes. But this coexistence depends on what version you get. The British Sega Saturn magazine boasts the fact that Europe has the best version of Rally, even though it has the same amount of features as Japan's Rally port. As mentioned, they have additional ghost visualizers, replay cameras, and other minor graphical features that the Americans don't. They also have a sort of hidden game mode, the ability to play against AM3 staff ghosts. At time attack, after selecting a course, highlight 3 lap. While holding X and Z, press C to select. And wowee, these staffers do be hard. Makes sense that they're good at the video game they made. Unless I missed something, none of the magazines seem to indicate which developer made these ghosts. The British SSM straight up did an entire write-up about the differences in European Rally. They're taking the time to point out the jumping audience members, the red badge, the big rock, and all that. What they don't notice is the sound that plays when you gain time in arcade mode.
3.
This bold ringing is absent from the American version.
3, 2.
I also want to say that I really appreciate the new ghost options. In the incomplete American Rally, you're stuck with the blinking ghost car. It's so painful to look at. Japan and Europe have ghosts that blink at different rates, and my personal favorite, a darker model of the car that doesn't blink at all. Much easier on the eyes. One thing truly missing from the Saturn version, no matter the region, the rearview mirror when playing in first person. We heard the developers say in SSM JP they had trouble getting this to work. I'm sure the smaller resolution didn't help make space for a mirror. This also would have involved loading more polygons, which would impact game performance. At the starting gate of Desert, we can see the gallery is nearly an exact match, but many of the flags are different. Higher resolution on arcade means textures have more detail, but a better color palette on Saturn means more color depth. It all looks more rich and less bright. Saturn Celica looks more like the real car than an arcade Rally. The Lancia Delta, about the same, still faithful.
Easy right.
As far as performance goes, the two don't feel exactly the same, and that's probably a good thing. Saturn Rally, in my opinion, has much better steering control. Now, I lack the force feedback big wheel you get with the cabbie, but between the official PS2 port and M2 emulator, the Saturn port feels much better than both. On Arcade Rally, oversteer seems to be more common, and correcting steering is not an easy task. Gear drifting works the same, but the speed at which you shift up is not. On Saturn, when starting at 0 miles per hour, you have to actually gain speed to properly shift up. On arcade, you can shift up way more quickly, tricking the game into making your car go faster than it should at the beginning. Okay, so this is actually kinda dope, but I can see why they didn't want this on Saturn when their goal was to create more realistic driving physics. The wheels are still polygonal, which is kinda funny, since dodecahedron tires would be terrible in real life. But with how the textures look and how fast they spin, you really don't notice this. At a glance, they appear to be round. Other racers on Saturn didn't hide this as well. Many other racing games of the 90s don't have perfectly round wheels, so it's relatively normal. Years later, Crash Team Racing would take an interesting approach. Car models are polygonal, but the wheels are billboarded sprites, so they sort of appear perfectly round. Games like MK64 and Crash and Burn said screw polygons, opting for entirely billboarded racer sprites.
I'll drop a few toys of joy on the track for you to play with. Then you'll understand.
The computer opponents in Rally run on a pretty fixed track. They don't try to smack you or block you, they just go at their set pace in a set line. You're also limited in how many you can pass per race. For Track 1, 9th place appears to be the cap, and in Track 2, it's 3rd. It looks like CS did a good job at porting over the lines these CPUs take, but they drive much faster on Saturn. Again, this is a good thing. On Arcade Rally, it's almost too easy to get ahead of the pack. Saturn Rally seems to set them to a reasonable speed. Another fun observation. Lakeside's finish line arch is placed in front of where the actual line is on Arcade Rally, so you finish earlier than expected. This is fixed on Saturn.
Finish!
Looking closely at the track environments, we can see CS took some liberties. Things like adding windows to buildings that didn't have them before. Elements that generally make the joint look more lively. They're able to use more colors to make these grassy mountains and town squares appear more natural. Something they seriously nailed is the shape of the tracks. Every little incline that can mess with your turns are all intact on Saturn. If it messed you up on Arcade, it'll mess you up here. The track design is nearly an exact match, with the exception of this little mound at the beginning of Desert. This just always messes me up, dude. Anyone who tries mastering each track will know exactly what I'm talking about. This little thing here just catches your tires in a horrible way. But to really get an idea of how the two compare, why not extract some wisdom from a couple of experts? This is a Sega Rally strategy guide by Fighting Studio, catered to the Saturn version. It's a surprisingly thick and detailed little book, going over game modes, cars, and strategies for each and every curve. In the back, it features an interview with two people who are the closest the 90s will get to having professional Sega Rally players. These two gentlemen are not devs, but rather people the guide considers to be experts at the arcade game. They're being asked to thoroughly play the Saturn game and tell the guide writers how it compares. Let's get to know our pro gamers! First is 31-year-old Kazuhisa Habe, a veteran to their arcade version strategy guide. Habe's favorite car is the Serica, and he's apparently ready to show off his delicate handling. Second man is 26-year-old Katsuya Nakano, a programmer, but it would seem he's not a game dev. Unlike Habe, Nakano's favorite car is the Delta. He showed off powerful drifting skills in their arcade rally guide. The two pros sit down with Saturn Rally in a cozy video game den. Their love for the port is almost instant.
If I had to sum it up in one word, amazing would be just right, wouldn't it?
They first spoke about the different controllers. Habe points out, with the controller, your car automatically straightens the wheels when you release the D-pad. Analog steering lets you crank the wheel instead of having to wait for the D-pad to gradually move the wheel along. They say anyone who's used to Arcade Rally must play Saturn's port with the wheel controller.
What are the differences from playing in an arcade?
Firstly, there were slight differences in acceleration speed and tire grip. Also, the speed at which the car loses control in corners is all tilted towards the easier side, so to speak.
Habe says these changes make the Saturn port fun and more enjoyable. He believes the gameplay has improved and the speed is slightly faster. They feel as if the Saturn's driving physics are catered to manual transmission. They say manual shifting allows for more torque, making it easier to quickly correct mistakes. In automatic, you have to use the brakes to recover, slowing you down more. When gear drifting in manual, you almost never have to release the accelerator.
What are your impressions after playing with the Stratos?
First of all, it's cool.
Oh yeah, it's definitely cool.
So firstly, it's cool. How about your thoughts after driving it?
It's fast, and the car tends to get wild.
Which one is more fun? Going full throttle with four-wheel drifting, or taming the wildness?
It's definitely more fun to let it get wild.
While the pair likes the all-new bonus car, they admit it's tough to handle, but it is a ton of fun. They talk about its differences with taking corners, caused by the fact that it's in two-wheel drive, unlike the four-wheel drive Celica and Delta. The guide goes into the four courses, asking the pair what they think of each and how they compare to Arcade Rally.
Now, regarding the desert course, which corner did you find the most challenging?
For me, it's probably the final corner.
If you make a mistake and don't get on the inside, it's difficult to correct, because if the car drifts too much and slows down, it's no good. But if it's too fast and balloons, it's also no good. The final corner is difficult.
Are long corners challenging?
No, I don't think length matters. As long as the car stabilizes at the entrance, it's fine. If you get the entry direction, position, and angle wrong, it's no good.
Very long, easy right, baby.
Having negotiated this corner countless times, I couldn't agree more. The way you enter this turn matters a lot, especially if you're working around computer opponents. Many modern-day expert players like to ride the embankment before the turn, making a wider approach. It's all about how you enter. If the entry is wrong, you cannot correct. You also have to watch out for those nasty hills and banks at the end, prone to cutting your speed if you hit them wrong. As for which desert corner they like the most, it's the one with the puddle.
Easy right.
Next, on the forest course, which corner is the most challenging?
Where could it be, I wonder? I guess it's the right just before the tunnel. Going full throttle in 4th gear causes the rear to slide, and even in 3rd gear it feels like it's slipping. In the arcade version, you can smoothly pass in 4th gear, so in this case it's a bit difficult.
For me, it's definitely the left-right after the hairpin. It's crucial to put the line to the right immediately after coming out of the hairpin.
Both say their favorite corner on Forest is the left turn right after the tunnel. I fully agree. It is noticeably satisfying when you nail this curve in manual. The drifting here feels real cushy. This curve exfoliates my pores and gets the knots out of my back. Few things in life will make you feel more well-rested than nailing this specific turn. When asked about the toughest corner on Mountain, neither say it's the hairpin. Both agree. It's the left turn after the first tunnel.
It's tough. I have mixed feelings about that one. I often try to drift there, and if I can get the drift right, I can achieve a pretty good time. But the chances of failure are high.
Why is it challenging to succeed there?
It's all about timing. Sometimes I countersteer too late, or various other factors.
What gear do you use there?
It's 2nd gear, and you have to shift into 2nd while also turning the steering wheel.
Caution, hairpin right.
They do talk about the pesky hairpin. These experts say the way you have to approach it in Arcade Rally does not work in the Saturn port.
It's difficult. I like and dislike that place. I tend to drift there, and if the drift goes well, I can get quite a good time, but the probability of failure is high.
Why do you fail?
It's about timing, and there's various other reasons.
What gear are you in?
It's 2nd gear there, and putting it into 2nd and steering are simultaneous.
Habe says the developers could have done a better job at making this turn more doable. There just does not seem to be a good way to take this hairpin with the D-pad. The only way I can clear it is by slowing down significantly, and this usually causes me to get smacked by the computer opponents. Look at these bastards. They just cruise right through it, no problem. Dare I say, properly nailing this turn may require a wheel.
How about the ultimate lakeside? What are the parts you struggle with?
You could say all of it.
Oh, I'm the same.
Especially when you align the car to the curve and bend the body quickly. Even if the posture gets a little shaky, as long as you don't hit the wall, you'll manage somehow.
In that sense, aiming better on the inside, early downshifts, and turning the steering significantly.
The S-curves are the main thing. How you take the line is crucial.
Medium left. Medium left. Medium right.
When talking about overall driving strategy, the two say they drive differently. Since it allows more control, they both drive in manual. Before a corner, Nakano will downshift, then brake a little, sliding through from there. For larger corners, he might press the brakes while still pressing gas, sometimes called left foot braking. Habe opts for never using the brakes. My man. When approaching corners, he just shifts down, keeping his foot on the accelerator. This slows the car, letting him slide on in.
Medium right, baby.
The Rally Masters say driving physics on Saturn do feel different.
Caution, hairpin right.
Habe says the tire grip is not the same, so he had to rewire his brain from how he takes the lines on Arcade Rally. They both love the car adjustment settings, encouraging all players to experiment with them.
Medium left, baby.
They gush over the sound design, making it feel like you're really in the car, feeling the G-forces, the bumpy roads, the motion of the dirt ocean. Personally, I have felt like I'm being hit by the physical impacts of the car movement, even though I'm holding a controller with no vibration motors. I'm just kind of sitting there.
This game has a reputation for being too difficult for many, but does that mean there's depth to it once you get into it?
That's right, it's quite deep.
It's not just about sliding or not sliding, but controlling the slide is the key.
When playing the two versions of Rally back to back, you will absolutely notice a difference in physics. The way you take certain corners changes, sometimes requiring you to gear shift in a new way or approach at a different angle. I'm almost not sure which set of physics I like better. Saturn Rally is built to be more realistic, though a handful of the corners are more difficult to pull off. What CS program succumbs to the track design very well, though you can tell, there are like 2 or 3 corners that better cater to arcade's physics. The hairpin on Mountain is a fine example. Players can generally clear it much faster on arcade than on Saturn. Frame rate is a huge change. As I said earlier, arcade runs at close to 60 frames per second, whereas Saturn hits at 30. If you were to play around on arcade, then immediately go to Saturn Rally, it might feel like you're playing in slow motion at first. Still, 30 is a good standard for this era. It stays consistent, and it looks good. Fun fact! While the cars and tracks appear to move in 30 frames, the skybox is moving along in 60 frames per second. There are 2 video display processors on Saturn. The cars and tracks are being rendered with VDP1, while the sky is in VDP2. This is normally how graphics are divided between the 2 VDPs in Saturn games. It's different from those polygon domes on arcade. VDP2 can also create infinite planes, like the sea in Panzer Dragoon, and the floors and ceilings in Virtua Cop. Since Sega Rally's tracks are not flat, they have to process the tracks with VDP1. They can't cheat with 2 like they did in Virtua Cop.
Medium right.
Previous Saturn racing games also processed tracks in VDP1. We can see in Daytona, they struggled with polygons popping out as they get close to the camera, and draw distance struggling to keep up. In Cyber Speedway, we can still see the edge of the draw distance, but it goes far enough to anticipate turns on unfamiliar tracks. They also fade in textures to create a loose fog effect. Here in Saturn Rally, the tracks cannot be redesigned to accommodate the limitations of VDP1. They have to mimic arcade. But much like Cyber Speedway, the draw distance goes far enough to be able to play the game, and unlike Daytona, polygons do not pop out when close to the camera. We can see groups of track polygons are sectioned off to draw in at once when the player's car reaches a certain point. This also happens in Arcade Rally, but they extend so far that we can't see them draw in. So while there are times we can see the edge of Saturn Rally's draw distance, it's never a major problem. It doesn't really break the game. There's no way to skip credits. That's not a huge deal since this song totally rules. But with the amount of times players wind up beating championship mode to grind down times, it would be nice to not have to sit through the whole thing every time.
Choose your track!
Playing other arcade racing games makes me appreciate how championship mode is designed. When you pop in a quarter on a racing game, you're usually limited to picking one track. When you punch a credit into Sega Rally, Championship Mode lets you touch all 4 tracks in one skilled playthrough. Placement of computer opponents appears to cater to good gameplay. When you get good at Arcade Rally, there are still moments where other cars block you. For example, this red car in Desert seems to always block me on the final S-curve. On Saturn, when playing optimally, I hardly ever run into red at the S. On the other hand, when I get to Lakeside, the computer cars smack my much more often than an arcade. Some of the very minor details are the same in both games, like the left column of this checkpoint. It's non-collision. You can drive right through it for a better line.
Long medium right, checkpoint.
The strategy guide goes over specific optimal lines for each course, even acknowledging that pesky mound at the start of Desert. It can cause you to tail slide if you catch it wrong. The guide recommends changing your direction as early as you can before going into the second corner, taking it in a straight line to avoid sliding. I'm not going to show you the strategies for each corner in the game since that would take forever, but I will be making an effort to get this guidebook scanned and preserved at some point. Unlike Rally, it appears the CS crew used at least some source code when porting Virtua Racing to the Sega 32X. Like Rally, it includes more features, providing more experiences than the base arcade game. They put in a time attack mode, 2 new cars, and 2 new tracks. Time attack does not appear to have ghosts. In 2-player and time attack, you can choose the number of laps and make a really long race, maybe even requiring you to actually use the pit stop. Arcade Virtua Racing has just 1 car and 3 courses. It seems like they were able to put in so much extra content thanks to not having to wrestle around with creating a new game engine. On Saturn Rally, all they had time for was 1 new car and a few new game modes. CS did a very good job designing the all-new Highland and Sandpark tracks in VR Deluxe. It makes me wonder what creative new tracks they would have been able to put into Saturn Rally if given more time. Considering Sega made them rush out an incomplete version for the Americas, time was not on their side. I also noticed the chunked draw distance in use on VR Deluxe. Unlike his CS compadres, Saturn Rally's director, Atsuhiko Nakamura, did not work on VR Deluxe. A few years prior, he directed this Taikon F1 racer for Sega CD called Heavenly Symphony Formula 1 World Championship 1993.
Presented by Sega Enterprises and Fuji Television.
That's right, this is a Sega CD video now. You guys, this is the coolest Sega CD intro ever made. It's easy to see how Nakamura's scope was limited by the hardware, but once you get past the obtuse perspective and low frame rate, it's not half bad. The driving physics are easy enough to get a handle on after a few laps. It's got this long-form adventure mode where you can pick a team and driver, have conversations with your crew and plan out each race, do qualifying races across 10 laps, that sort of thing.
Despite its wide course, overtaking is difficult at this hilly circuit due to many consecutive corners and an absence of long straights.
Much like Saturn Rally, Nakamura and his team pay a lot of attention to realism and fine-tuned customization. Things like atmospheric pressure from the track's altitude might affect performance in-game, and you can set what types of tires you want at each pit stop. There are many details being paid attention to. Though this is all janky, billboarded sprite nonsense that shows us why SNES F-Zero should be respected, I still like this for what it is. Nakamura and the gang pulled off something comfy with Heavenly Symphony. When looking at all the experience this team has with racing games, it makes sense why Sega chose them for Saturn Rally.
Sega Rally の開発担当ディレクター
Right around the release of Saturn Rally, Nakamura is seen in Saturn Super Volume 4, teaching future Sega Rally champions how to get a 53-second lap time in Desert.
ここのポイントはですね、ハンドルを全く切らないとどんどん、コースの左の方に寄ってってしまうので、ちょっとハンドル右に切ってもらって修正しながらなるべく、コースの右端を直線的に進んでもらうというのがポイントですね。で特に3つ目のジャンプで、 かなり車が左に持ってかれがちなので、そうすると、着地したところが左に寄っちゃうと次の左コーナーが難しくなっちゃうので、最後のジャンプの時にちょっと右入れてもらって、だいたいコースの真ん中ぐらいに着地してもらうと。
Much of his sage wisdom matches up with the guide. He encourages players to push the boundaries and go for an even faster lap time of 52 seconds. Something that's possible, but damn tough. Goals like these give such a simple racing game a long lifespan, noted in reviews of Saturn Rally. Western magazines reviewed Saturn Rally through the span of a few months, throughout the regional releases. Some American reviewers were late, some European reviewers were early. With the Americas getting Rally first, we literally had Brits importing little old 98% complete just to get it months ahead of PAL launch. It's also plausible that Japanese players might have imported America's Saturn Rally, since the Japanese-developed port of a Japanese game still wasn't out in Japan. For once, us Yanks could pretend like we were ahead of something. Despite being ahead of release, Next Generation's review is using the old build. We can tell because the old spoiler is seen in their screenshots. They got a pre-release build for review, something based off the 75% build. At any rate, they say the graphics here will make you, quote, wonder why Sega had so much trouble with Daytona USA. They call it a deep and quality-driven game, praising its presentation, physics, and new features, saying it balances out being a graphical downgrade from the arcade. 5 out of 5, a rare perfect score from Next Gen. Bruised Lee at GamePro says it leaves Daytona USA in the dust. Though I won't be trusting anything this guy says ever again, since he thanks Sega for not bringing back the guy who sang Rolling Start. You can't just insult our boy Mitsuyoshi and expect to retain credibility. Kick rocks, Mr. Lee. Game Players, like all the others, labels Rally the Daytona defeater. We're all comparing this to Saturn Daytona. Friendship ended with Saturn Daytona. We don't gotta dump on Cyber Speedway, it's cool. Taking a moment here to comment on the 90s game magazine culture. Text next to a picture of the review writer says, although he won't publicly admit it, Mike Salmon is the Game Player's expert on skid marks. And just in case there's any mystery as to what it is they're implying here with the it adds to the text in saying, we're talking in his shorts here, not on the road.
Waka waka, are you ready, comedy partner?
So anyway, he says a lot of the same stuff, slaps it with the Fat 92, ending with a bold statement, quote, with this, VF2, Virtua Cop, and Wing Arms, the Saturn is finally starting to put out titles that match and even surpass PlayStation games in some cases. Give a cheer, Saturn owners, your patience is paying off. Over at GameFan, their guys are under the impression that this shouldn't even be possible on Saturn. The EGM crew says you now have a reason to buy the Saturn. One crew member says it needs more tracks. Both give it an 8.5 out of 10. In Fusion Magazine's review, the writer doesn't seem to know about the Lakeside course, meaning they probably never got first in Championship.
This is the home version of the mega arcade hit Sega Rally.
This yolked out beast of a man makes the racing wheel look like an RC controller. While not a fan of the wheel, he loves the game.
Sega Rally's brilliant, out of this world.
As Computer and Video Games Magazine puts it, quote, you probably bought a Saturn just to play this game. If you didn't, you probably will. Just looking over at Moby Games. Most critic reviews they logged score Saturn Rally in the 90% to perfect range. For once, Saturn finally has a game poised to put down the Sony ponies. We can use it to call Ridge Racer the kind of game that swims with its shirt on. A home port to show Sega haters we can do arcade at home, and it can look damn good. Now, as long as we just conveniently ignore Wipeout, Sega will win the racing genre just fine. So all these reviewers are talking mad smack about Rally just destroying Saturn Daytona. Surely this must reflect in sales numbers. They don't. At least not for the US. The recently released Sega FY97 documents show Saturn game sales for 1995 in the States. The widely lambasted Daytona USA is actually the top-selling game for 95, and at 89,000 copies. Sega Rally just sold 42,000. Now, of course, Rally came out mid-November and Daytona came out earlier, but it's noted that Daytona was still the top seller for that month. This is sell-through, meaning the amount sold to customers. If we look at sell-in, the amount of copies shipped to retailers, we can see that for the entire year, Sega shipped more Rally copies to stores than Daytona. In fact, Rally is second to VF2 for copies sent to retail. They just couldn't seem to sell them to customers. In 1996, they dropped Rally's price to $40, with the goal to sell 139,000 more copies. Aggressive expectations are set for Rally in the US, with the documents labeling it a slacker game. It's just not selling as well as they had hoped, leading the inventory exposure for Saturn games. The documents show a marketing campaign for Rally in the US, hoping a few commercials might push more sales. Now, over in Europe, where real-life rally racing is actually popular, Saturn Rally seems to be selling much better. Though they don't give exact numbers, multiple UK gaming magazines say Rally is shattering sales records. They're calling Rally the fastest-selling CD game in history. According to the British SSM, it's beating the previous record holder, Destruction Derby. But Sega Pro says the previous record holder was FIFA 96 for PlayStation, as does Saturn Plus. The truth, I guess, is a mystery. Though they don't give any specific sales numbers, fastest selling must be a good thing. Those weenies should give us real sales numbers, or at least leak them.
Some news has just landed hot on our desks that the Saturn version of arcade racer Sega Rally has become the fastest selling piece of CD software ever in Britain. And as for the rest of the world, it seems to be doing all right everywhere else too. Yep, 10,000 copies were sold within the first week of launch. And of course, this news makes the top bods at Sega very happy indeed. Let's hope it encourages them to keep making excellent games like this, so Saturn owners are kept happy too.
Today, it has a low modern-day price, and it's so incredibly easy to find. There are many copies of Saturn Rally in existence. Because of this, we can infer Saturn Rally was very successful. Or at least they had a lot of copies printed. Pretty much all the reviews are giving it extremely high scores. Many magazine writers of the era are saying this very game puts Saturn at the same level as PlayStation. Based on Sega Retro's aggregate, Sega Rally Championship is the second highest rated Saturn game of all time. It's also the 5th most reviewed game based on known critical reviews of the era. Saturn Rally is proving to be more than a mere port of an arcade game. This is a system seller. This is bringing one of Sega's finest experiences to your living room. Mizuguchi's brand of synesthesia on a home console.
Sports! Sports! Sports!
If speed is of the essence, we've got the game for you. The high-speed racer that blew away the arcades is now available on your Sega Saturn.
Whoever's recording this gameplay footage for Twitch doesn't seem to be very good at Sega Rally, but at least the team is having fun. The host is sure to go over every gameplay option and feature, thoroughly covering the basics. A favorable review from the Twitch crew.
So if your buddy says he's faster than you, call him out on it. Try the 2-player mode and go head-to-head on a killer speed track. Sega Rally Championship. Don't blink, or you might miss it.
Next up, drive cars through bumpy roads with your arm round a lady while listening to loud rock anthems in Sega Rally on the Saturn.
The Pal Pals over at Games Master are seen using the proto build in their review. giving it glowing remarks.
The speed of the game is so astounding. It makes Ridge Racer look like your old granny driving a Reliant Robin.
Yep, Sega Rally is going to be a huge hit on the Saturn, and it's a very good reason to give Sega's console good consideration this Christmas.
The Portuguese Cybermaster used Rally to let their child warriors duke it out on the track in the fight for air.
Povo do segundo! Hoje temos aqui o melhor simulador de automóveis do mundo inteiro. Chama-se Sega Rally. Os concorrentes jogam os 4 ao mesmo tempo, cada com a sua Sega Saturn.
Então vamos jogar. Está tudo pronto? Atenção! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, jogo!
Vamos lá, que já se faz tarde. Este é o carro do Virtua Player, tem 12 anos e é o único com preferências automobilísticas entre os candidatos de hoje. O jogo preferido dele é o Micro Machines. Não é bem a mesma coisa, mas, enfim, nenhum concorrente sobreviveu ao Sega Rally.
Que prova horrível! A vossa sorte é que o jogo tem público virtual.
Se calhar até é verdade. Seja como for, o Virtua Player foi o menos mau e, portanto, leva mais pontos.
At the time, Sega Rally is very popular in Japan as well. And everybody know, oh, Sega Rally, oh, good one. Even a lot of game center in Japan, there's a lot of arcade version. And very popular, very popular.
Obsessive players may be wondering, what's the optimal starting RPM? According to this January 22nd, 1996 interview with SSM, the needle should be at or around 6,500 RPM when you start. Go! This is an interview going over the results of a time attack contest. They asked SSM readers to submit their replay tapes, showing off their best 3-lap times on all 4 courses. They're competing against readers of Saturn Fan, and so far, as of this March 96 issue, SSM is dominating the leaderboards. These are actually very impressive times, even by today's standards. The top time for each course is slightly faster than the world records on speedrun.com. Of course, the general public doesn't have access to the tapes. No footage of these runs exists. The magazine calls this the first round of submissions, saying there's still room for improvement across the board. Sure enough, by the next month's issue, 2 of the top times were whittled down. I do wish the footage survived, since they're apparently faster than some world records. Even with these super times, Mustache Man says they can go down even further.
It seems like there's still room for improvement, especially for the super advanced players. When watching everyone's videos, there's a variation in lap times. If the times become more consistent, they'll get even faster. I feel like there's still room for research, especially for intermediate and super advanced players. Beginners are almost set, so I want to say, give us a break.
We can see by the look of the polygons, textures, and music, Saturn Rally is the groundwork used to port this to PC. This upcoming port is noted on page 75 of Sega FY97. We can see they plan to launch the PC port of Rally in November of 96, right alongside Playboy Virtual Pinball. Rally's PC port would not come out until the following year. Playboy Virtual Pinball, as far as I can tell, never came out at all.
Fun fact!
The PS2 port of Sega Rally is compatible with force feedback steering wheel controllers.
And the Gimmick software on the PC is going to translate my G920 Logitech wheel to the driving force, and the PS2 is going to see that as the driving force.
A big thank you to Joe, otherwise known as Sega RPG Fan, for giving me this footage, showing that force feedback wheel in action.
Oh, there we go.
A couple years after the original release, Sega busted out this beast of engineering, Sega Rally Special Stage. This seems to indicate it's a Joypolis exclusive. A life-size Celica with hydraulics, displayed on this massive curved monitor mounted at the front. I can only imagine what this must be like for any Rally fan fortunate enough to find one. It brings us one step closer for allowing this to happen in-game.
Yaitu tempat yang ke-42 dengan mencatat masa 1 menit 36 saat, sedangkan pelumba-pelumba pilihan lain berjaya menamatkan perlombaan di bawah.
Hey, I'm Ty, and I want you to see the greatest thing on cable TV. It's Sega Channel.
甘さすっきりビトミルク BM か。俺はやっぱりポッカコーヒー。
I was looking for one for a while, and I finally found one, and this one was in Illinois. I want to say 2008, 2009. It was really well abused. I had to cobble most of it together. It was barely running when I got it. And I spent a few years getting all the things that had been done to it fixed. Put a low miles engine and transmission in it. A couple of mods that fix some of the quirks that these older cars have. Like there's one called the Hot Start Fix mod, where the car just won't, you shut it off to put gas in and the car just won't start again. And I've actually had to push it into a spot and walk home, come back the next day and it starts right up. You just run a parallel starter circuit to bypass the old starter circuits. That fixes it. I mean, there's a lot of fixes for cars like these. I have a video on my channel of when I actually swapped out the engine and the transmission. The parts are really readily available because it's still a pretty common car. I mean, the body is a very common body still, even though it's getting rarer. The survivors are getting rarer. I got into rally with my best friend, and I co-drove on his team. I've co-driven Ojibwe Forest Rally 3 times, with him twice, Detroit Lakes area usually, every August. That's a 2-day race. We finished first, second, and third in our class for driver and co-driver on my friend's team, not with this car, of course. He runs a Mustang. Rally racing is one of the most exciting things I've ever done. 70 miles an hour on a dirt road with nothing, with trees right, I mean, no shoulder, no nothing. You know, caution over big jump, left 200, man. It's crazy stuff.
Kind of being one with the environment that you're racing in, right?
Kind of, yeah. And the whole thing where you have to stop and fix your own car. I mean, there's nobody, if you can't fix your car, you're out of the race, that's it. So that's why you have duct tape and a toolkit and everything else with you. Anybody who knows anything about rally loves this car. People who don't know anything about rally, it's about 50-50. They'll either love it or they'll hate it, which is fine.
Who would hate this thing? It's beautiful.
It is. And I've got a couple of modest performance mods on this. Otherwise, it's almost completely stock. The body's a 1990 ST185 3S GTE engine, all-wheel drive turbo, Celica All-Track or GT4. And it's actually got a 91 engine in it with a 92 computer.
Oh, okay, nice.
And I had to rewire the whole harness just to get that to work. I'll have a car full of an entire family waving at me, you know, just because, and I know they don't know what the heck it is. I mean, I'm sure some people think it's like a clown car or something. They see it and they just bust out laughing. I know they're just laughing at it.
They just don't know what it is.
They just don't know what it is. When the boost kicks in and you're going uphill in a turn, that's one of my favorite things to do with this car. The handling is very tight. I mean, obviously it's made for turning. These are actually individual decals. All the letters are separate decals, separate. You have to get all these straight. It takes a little bit of work. And those are just movie character names.
The Tyler Durden
and Fletch, Chevy Chase Fletch.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm a survivor. I had lymphoma 10 years ago and had chemo treatments and everything and got, you know, there's a lot of permanent side effects from that. When you're a survivor, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You see a lot of cars in town, a lot of car clubs have a anti-cancer theme to their car shows and stuff, and so it fit right in. And I'm a cancer survivor, so I figured I don't mind people knowing that.
I'm really happy you're here.
Thank you.
Yes.
Me too.
We might be able to hit one of my favorite spots is right here.
Just love how low to the ground it is.
It's really smooth. It's always smooth, unless you're on uneven like street or something.
Right.
But it's very responsive. The original engine was only firing on 3 cylinders.
Oh no.
And one of the engine mount bolts was missing.
Mm-hmm.
So whenever I moved the car, the entire engine would move and it would lose ground and quit. I had to figure out what the heck was going on. It was missing a friggin' mount bolt.
That's crazy.
Woo! We'll do that again.
Oh, that's great.
I do that every time I come home when I drive this car, as long as there's nobody around.
Did you ever play Sega Rally Championship?
I have.
Okay.
I played it with my friend who I race with.
Oh, nice.
Because he had all the racing games.
Yeah. So you've driven the Celica in real life, the actual real deal, like rally Celica GT4 with even with the correct decals and Castrol lettering on it, and you've driven the car in the game. Does it live up, or is it like very clearly not like that realistic?
Let's see. Does the game compare to real life? The game takes place on dirt, and they designed a lot of they programmed in a lot of give so that the cars can slide around in the game because they're on a dirt track. Mm-hmm. And I don't really have a lot of experience. I don't even want to take this car on dirt because it doesn't even have mud flaps on it.
Oh, right, yeah.
But how does it compare to real life? I'd say, as far as a video game goes, it's not bad. It's pretty close.
Okay, right on.
The new cars, I mean, there's a computer in everything.
Mm-hmm.
There's a chip in everything. There's no, like, they've removed all of the pulleys and levers and buttons and stuff, and it's all automatic. Yeah, and the older cars are, in my opinion, they're just more fun to drive. Okay, here we go.
All right.
Ready?
Yep.
Nobody around.
Yeah!
That's 45. We never went over 45.
We did it. We followed the law.
Medium left, baby. Long, medium right. Caution, hairpin right.
We're getting close to 3 decades after Sega Rally Championship came out for the Sega Saturn. Since then, Sega Rally got multiple sequels. It's now a long-dead series. Sega doesn't even make consoles anymore. We're so deep into the future that Sega's ports of arcade racers now come by way of a minigame in an open-world RPG. Yet many games from this era are not dead. Something about 90s and early aughts games beg people to push their limits, discover new things, and unlock new ways to experience them. Sega Rally doesn't have as big of a scene as some of the others, but from the 90s till now, it always found its niche and dedicated player base. Anytime a video game is made, a new world is created. A shared space for players to coexist. It has its own laws of physics, boundaries to be broken, discoveries to be made. In Rally, the tracks are host to this never-ending competition. The quest to total victory starts with getting to the end before timing out. Then it turns to finishing first. Your ultimate prize is beating 325, then beating Earth. Right around the release of Sega Rally, Marubaku.com opened up. This largely Japanese fan site essentially started the competitive scene for Arcade Rally, along with a handful of adjacent arcade racers. We can see they have a Rally leaderboard, running the 2-lap practice mode for the first 3 tracks, and championship mode. These times were submitted while Sega Rally was still current, from 1995 to 1998. Some of the times provide proof, linking to a picture of the time on screen. This is before video proof was easy to obtain, and before the internet made it easy to post videos at all. So the burden of proof was just not as high back then. Their best time for championship mode in 1997 would stand as the world record for a very, very long time. Marubaku links to a guide website, toughly translating to Crying Emoji Core Members Homepage, or Tain no Homepeji, though I don't know what the author's crying about because the guides are pretty thorough, especially for the 90s. They talk about unconventional strats to lower times, like getting good car bumps. Car bumps are especially potent on the Saturn version. This details the strategy for each course, down to what speed you should shift to a specific gear, detailed explanations on when you turn into certain corners, and what gears you shift down to take them properly. It is extraordinarily thorough. Hardcore Japanese fans of Rally are treated to a rich competitive scene right as the game comes out. If you're wondering what advice they have for the mountain hairpin, the Core recommends entering the hairpin in Gear 1 with no brakes, slightly turning the wheel. You can also enter in first gear, go full brake, fully locking the steering wheel, then turn the wheel again once or twice. If you're in championship mode, you should ideally be in first place by this hairpin. For the Forest Tracks hairpin, the Core recommends slamming into the outside wall with full force, then immediately crank the steering wheel to the right and shift into second gear. The term they use for this strat roughly translates to wall turn. They should really call it a wall slam. We can see modern-day rally players use the slamming strategies to this day, calling it a wall hit in English. This is being done on the arcade version. A big question: can you wall hit on Saturn despite its differences? Is someone crazy enough to find out? Throughout the late 90s, it would appear some Western hardcore rally competitors would submit times for the Saturn version. Videos of fast times would occasionally appear on YouTube and other websites in varying video quality. In early 2009, Games Radar posted an article talking about beating the Guinness World Record for a 3-lap desert time. Using the Saturn version, the record at the time was set at 2:30.80. Games Radar beat it by just a few frames, in at 2:30.73. Guinness has since dropped it down to 2:28.38. It's still a full second from beating the actual world record with the Stratos.
But behind all of the advanced techniques, the driving motivation may simply be nostalgia.
I like to think of it as a quarter-life crisis.
20 teens come along. Speedrun.com becomes the central hub for tracking world records on game completion and tracking times for some racing games. Many popular 5th-gen games see strategies and glitches get established. Much of Rally's techniques were already established by the Japanese scene in the mid and late 90s. The standard 1-lap championship arcade saw its first Speedrun.com world record on January 29, 2018. A 3:27.19 set by Scottish runner Lon.
All chats like, who the fuck cares? I can, bitch.
Lon is using some car bumps, but no wall hits. It's a mostly competent run of the game, taking many of the tough corners very conservatively. But even Uncle has a faster time than this. Unlike other games on the site, Rally did not see a back-and-forth world record exchange between top-level players. A new player would beat the time, then another new player would take it lower, so on and so forth. Later that year, Austrian rallyer Mickey8186 set a website record that would finally beat Uncle. In 2019, Viper UK took the site record below 320 for the first time.
Do you know them games that you get and it's frame perfect? This is pretty much one of them games.
He's hitting better car bumps than previous runs, but is still seen hitting walls he shouldn't be hitting. Instead of a wall hit at the forest hairpin, he uses the green car for a well-angled car bump right out of the tight corner.
Yes! Come on!
Zofkoff from the Netherlands would take it down by a second the very next day. Then later that month, HWP from England got a 3:16. HWP would stay as champ, setting a couple PBs throughout the year, ending the reign at 3:15.60. It's an outstanding time. Then in April of 2020, a mysterious rally hero entered the scene. A speedrun.com user, appropriately naming themselves Sega Rally, set a site record of 3:15:18. What a clean run. To the vanilla eye, it would appear to be a flawless sprint with the Celica. Despite this extreme show of precision, only one car bump is used. And like the previous Western competitors, the wall hit is still not in use. On March 29th, 2021, Sega Rally uploaded this run. 2 consecutive car bumps before the triple jump in desert would send this racer on a speed boost, flying across the mud, soaring past the green car long before the final corner. Riding the wave beautifully, they crossed the finish line with a 53-second lap. This is the kind of time we hardly ever see on lap 1, and Sega Rally made it look easy. Getting a wonderfully timed car bump at the fun corner, Sega Rally bolts for the hairpin at full speed. Just as the Japanese guide instructed, they land a wall hit. Gone are the days of gingerly winding around the rock. This sets up the driver for success, gliding through the rest of forest with ease, entering mountain. The hard part is over. From here, it's a game of don't mess it up. Sega Rally cruises through town without a dent on the chassis.
Finish!
Sega Rally is the Sega Rally Champion, with a time of 3:14:25.
Right, checkpoint. Wow.
Since then, the runner known as Sega Rally protected their title as Saturn's world record holder through PBs.
Finish!
Not too long ago, he nailed an impressive 3:13:29 after switching to the Delta. They would also set incredible time attack records and flaps, though, as mentioned before, some of these still have yet to beat the SSM submissions posted way back in 1996. Still, for the championship mode, Sega Rally is the champion.
Rally! 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 Rally!
It's a totally different race on the arcade version of Rally. Since it runs on a different engine, it belongs to its own category for championship runs. Placement of enemy cars are different. Physics are not the same. The times don't line up. Someone who is skilled at Saturn Rally will get different results in arcade Rally. Gil, going by RN on Marubaku, is marked as landing a 3:14:37 on July 18th, 1997, over at a game center called Game King Joy. But much like the other Marubaku runs, no footage of this exists, not even a screenshot of the record page. At some point in the ensuing years, the burden of proof went up. They started caring about recording video. Gil from Marubaku yoinked a seriously impressive 3:15:02 way back in 1997. This run was taped, and its footage survives on the Marubaku YouTube channel. Opting for the miles per hour of the duo, Gil runs with the Lancia Delta over the Celica. Carefully executed with masterful precision, Gil dominates every corner, crushes each pass, every possible mini optimization one can squeeze from the fruits of these 3 circuits. The wall hit at Forest's hairpin launches the Delta straight down the trail. This near task level go at Arcade Rally would stand triumphant for months, years, decades. To this very day, many arcade rally drivers struggle just to get it under 320, let alone scoring a low 315. Once racers on speedrun.com started giving this a serious attempt in 2018, Western runners could barely get close to 320. Not even within 5 seconds of Gill's incredible record. Later that year, outside of speedrun.com, another Japanese driver is out to firmly protect the country's title. This is Punk. He's setting emulation aside in favor of filming himself on a real Sega Rally arcade machine. Punk posted his runs to YouTube, not really touching speedrun.com at first. On December 10th, 2020, in the background of Western runs, Punk quietly annihilated them by several full seconds. This did not get immediately posted on speedrun.com. While it wins him the title of first place on that site, Punk is still just a handful of frames away from the 3:15.02 set by Gill. At around the same time, British driver Adi Shibian technically set the site record at 3:20, a 5-second deficit from Gill and Punk. 5 seconds might as well be light years at this level of play. The runner who goes by Sega Rally would give arcade a whack, bringing the website's record time down to the 3:17s in 2020. The very next year, Punk posted another run to YouTube. Down to the frame, Punk landed a 3:15.02, the exact same time Gill got 24 years prior. Still, Punk took the victory lap around Lakeside, entered his initials, and snapped a picture of the leaderboard. I'm told by top Sega Rally players, Gill himself went on a Punk livestream at around this time to pass the torch along to the new player, encouraging him to snag the coveted 314. This is a feat no driver has ever recorded on video. To this day, not a Punk, Gill, or person naming themselves after a video game has publicly pulled this off. Effectively tied for first place, Japan reigns supreme, and 314, ground only touched in 1997, remaining an urban legend told by a spreadsheet. Perhaps someday, someone will get a recorded arcade run in the 314s. Punk certainly seems poised to pull this off someday. Finnish player Topzoo is also showing promise, getting to the low 315s just a few months ago.
Overjump. Easy right.
I think some of you might walk away from this review seeing all the footage I recorded, thinking I'm biased towards the Celica. And I will coldly admit to you right now, I do prefer the Celica. But I say this to any Delta fan right now. You can rest easy knowing your car is, at the moment, Sega Rally's best car. We can see on the YouTube channel for the runner known as Sega Rally, he speedruns an assortment of other racing games,
including Hot Wheels Turbo Racing.
Guys, we gotta talk about this all-timer for a moment. This game rails. The carefully curated die-cast classics enter a 90s EA racer set across nearly a dozen tracks with loops, jumps, death pits, and lava. You can make your car do flips to earn turbo boosts, which momentarily max out your speed. You can crash your scumbag rivals, leap over the jaws of death, all while some Woody Harrelson type son of a gun's just wailing into the mic.
Twin Mill 2, Speed Blaster, Lakester, Strip Teaser, Stealth.
Dude loudly announces every car with bombastic stank. And the soundtrack, fuck dude. Of course there's the Metallica meme, but you also got some drum and bass, turntablism, going out west guitar licks. Whoever decided to put Primus, Mixmaster Mike, and Link Ray into a Hot Wheels video game pulled off a move few souls are brave enough to attempt. And Turbo Racing boldly does so with grace. This does not miss. I cannot describe to you with words how off topic this is. Let's get back to the Sega Rally subject. Please try out this jank-ass racing game.
Have mercy!
What truly withstands the test of time is Sega Rally Championship. Its impact on the Sega scene is still felt to this day. So many groups online find themselves doing little time attack competitions, exchanging ghosts, or even playing against each other in real time. Today's Saturn homebrew scene is finding new ways to get Saturn Netlink up and running. I won't go into this too much, since technically I'm supposed to do an entire episode about the Netlink version of Sega Rally. But I will tell you, the modern-day Saturn community frequently plays matches against each other over the internet with real Saturn hardware. If you're interested, the Shiro website and Discord server are great resources to start with. This is also why I did not mention Sega Rally Plus, an updated version released only to Japan that further fine-tunes the game and optimizes 3D pad support. Plus came to the West as the Netlink version. Vanilla Rally does work with the 3D pad, but it just emulates the wheel, and therefore isn't very good. As for the arcade cab, you will still find Rally poking out at retro arcades around the world. As I told you earlier, it sold a lot of machines. Unlike other Model 2 games, many Rally machines still work well today. Retro technicians seem to run into problems with the force feedback steering. It tends to crap out. James' channel did a great video showing how complex fixing it can get. If there's no Rally cab near you and you must hop into the seat of a plastic Celica, you could use it as an excuse to travel to Hungary. You could stay at this Sega Rally apartment in Budapest for roughly $50 a night. Prices might vary. Located in what I'm assuming is a great part of town, the digs come with a fully functional twin cabby, high-quality prints of various motorsports photography, car magnets, all in what appears to be a clean and well-furnished living space. Game over, yeah!
Fun fact!
French driver Didier Auriol is a real-life Sega Rally champion.
That is my best memory in the World Championship.
He raced for 4 years inside a Lancia Delta, right before trading it for a Toyota Celica in the early 90s. The Lancia Stratos was before his time, so sadly, he did not unlock it IRL. The famed Carlos Sainz also drove both cars, though his Celica was not an ST205 like the one in the game. Pro racers or not, Sega Rally lives in the minds of many fans to this day. Every once in a blue moon 95, someone will straight up buy a car from the game in an effort to floor it in not so virtual reality. Another person opted to make a Sega Rally car, as in a car constructed from the arcade cabinet. I really dig this little diorama of what appears to be the hairpin on Mountain. Here's another track sculpture, even throwing some mud on the cars. If you look on Saturn's social media groups, Rally is everywhere. You would be hard-pressed to find a Saturn owner who doesn't like the game, or at least didn't come across it in passing. It's not uncommon to find mods for other games putting in the Celica, Delta, and Stratos from Rally.
1 left. 4 right.
Peeling back the layer of aftermarket mods, a lot of today's racing games carry Sega Rally in their DNA. Codemasters specifically cites Sega Rally as key inspiration for its well-known Colin McRae series. The McRae games, in turn, became Dirt, popular in the world of modern racing games. Seeing this arcade wonder operate so well on console proved to Codemasters getting realistic rally racing on a home console is possible, and it can be done well. We can only assume design elements of Sega Rally bleed into Gran Turismo. The menu sounds from Rally seem to echo in the menu design of Sony's racing sim. Can't forget about the fact that they put in rally racing as a gameplay mode in Gran Turismo 2. It was not very well received by fans, and just doesn't compare well to the action in Sega Rally. Sega's developers themselves would use Rally's groundwork to create the long-running Initial D games. Though the dirt is replaced with firm asphalt, the driving mechanics and beautiful mountain passes of Arcade Stage are all too familiar to any veteran Sega Rally champion. It spans roughly a dozen ports throughout the 2000s and 2010s, and it's still celebrated by hardcore racing game fanatics. Rally walked so Initial D could sprint, and it does so with Eurobeat blasting holes through the dashboard. Other devs would take the long-form rallies of real WRC competitions and try to mirror that marathon of an experience in efficiently licensed games. There's been a number of them over the years. I would be dumb if I didn't mention the numerous Sega Rally sequels. This historic series enjoyed many ports and installments for years, both in the arcade and at home. Though I gotta say, I am partial to the unapologetic jank that is Sega Rally for the Game Boy Advance. As of this video, Rally has not seen an official game from Sega since 2011. There is still a lingering demand from hardcore fans, though nothing new has come up for more than a decade. But some fan developers are hoping to change this despite Sega. Overjump is a fan-made game in development, bringing the cars and tracks from Rally into the modern age. Since this is being created with one person's spare time as a hobby, it might not be finished for a little while, but he's gradually working on it and improving it. What is here at the moment looks pretty good. I should note the person making this game helped with research for this video. Thank you. DDI Racing Studio is also releasing a nod to Sega's dirt surfing classic. DDI Rally Championship is out for early access on Steam right now, and you don't need a powerful PC to run it well. Steam's reviews are mostly positive. Having played it myself, they're pretty good. This not only laid the foundation for Rally video games as we know them, but it also played a major role in attracting realistic 3D racing games to home consoles. Ridge Racer and Daytona may be some reflection of real-world vehicles, but Sega Rally on Saturn nailed this in a way few of its predecessors managed to muster. There was nothing like this. Anytime you glide across the softness of a well-groomed trail or drift around a satisfying corner to pass your rival, you owe a debt to Sega Rally Championship. If it weren't for the home console port, proving this behemoth of a cab can translate to a D-pad, the off-road racing genre may not be what it is today. Though its host console has the legacy of a failure, Rally is anything but. An honest, shining jewel for Saturn, praised by the press, the players, and eventually the sales numbers. Marketing shortcomings be damned. This is a masterclass, and we are still feeling its impact.
I think it was a lot of fun to have been able to participate in that game that way. I never realized it would become something that people would, respond to so positively. So I really, I'm really appreciative of that. Every 10 years or so, there's like a flurry of stuff comes out online, especially with social media now about it, and somebody will figure out who I am and reach out to me, kind of like you did. And so that's always a lot of fun. And there was just a great group of people working there, and so I'm happy that it's made other people happy. I heard one story that someone wrote, said, "Hey, I grew up, I associate your voice with the great times I spent with my dad as a kid," kind of thing. I'm like, wow, that is awesome.
Ken Ibrahim spent the past few years behind the scenes of recent Star Wars projects, working on special effects. He remembers his time at Sega fondly, and even held on to a few keepsakes.
And so I got the shirt out. It was still in a plastic bag. So I imagine it was there for like 7 years or something. And I finally pulled it out. And then I found also there's this. Someone gave this to me. It says Sega here. This was like the typical Sega work jacket that people would wear, you know. They call it in Japanese, it was Salaryman, which is a salary man. That was like the typical, base level employee. I found my original business card. So let's see if you can see this. It's kind of blurry, but yeah. And then on this side would be the English.
Impressive. Very nice.
Mizuguchi, the mind behind the masterpiece, is now tired of making racing games.
Do you ever want to make another game like Sega Rally? I don't think so. Not interested in racing anymore? Yeah, I did that a lot.
After Superbike, Touring Car, and Rally 2, Mies left the genre behind. He did some work on Star Wars Trilogy Arcade. He then dove deep into his own unique ideas, never looking back. He is responsible for the poppy and eye-catching Space Channel 5, the psychedelic legacy of Rez, Lumines, Meteos, and Tetris Effect. Throughout this journey, he would help form two companies, Q Entertainment, then Enhance. They recently released the strategy puzzle game Humanity. You can play many of these wonderful games in VR. The tech has sure come a long way since Mies stitched together a headset out of Game Gear parts. And let me tell you right now, Rez in VR is something else. Mizuguchi is also working on this.
Enhance's latest and greatest creation, the X1. Hear colors and see sounds.
This is 2 speakers and a 44.
Seeing colors through haptic sensory tech is certainly a step ahead from a moving car model. X1's reach beyond video games is emblematic of how Mizuguchi nurtures his creative life.
When I made the Sega Rally, when I made the Space Channel 5, why do you make, the music game from racing game? Mm-hmm. But I don't care about that. So I want to make, the new challenge always.
Atsuhiko Nakamura stuck around at Sega for a number of years, helping with other Saturn ports of arcade classics, later directing a long-running series of horse derby games called Dabitsuku. You get to raise your horses before sending them off on the track. This sport is slightly different from Rally. Kenji Sasaki and Kumiko Shoji appear to have found love on the rally course. At some point during or after the development of Arcade Rally, sparks flew, and not just out of the engine. The two appear to be married, with Kumiko changing her last name to Sasaki. Together, this programming power couple started the software company Bitster in 2006. By the looks of social media, they grew the family. Purepunk still runs other classic Sega racers. You can see his elaborate home setup, building his own Daytona USA themed racing kit. The runner who goes by Sega Rally is striving to set records for any game with a timer.
Yoshio Fujimoto, 5th in the old Celica.
Yoshio Fujimoto would keep his Sega livery on the car as far as 1998. He was able to snag first place at Rally Malaysia twice, before setting WRC aside in 98. Since then, Fujimoto expanded Tein, continuing to leave his fingerprints inside really fast cars all across the globe. When he crossed the finish line for his first victory nearly 3 decades ago, he told reporters he would never forget winning this race.
You're still the only Japanese driver to ever win Safari.
Yes, I'm still only one winning Safari Rally.
Since then, this Celica went into storage at Toyota Motor Corporation. His own wife.
That winning car, that is, let's say, like my wife.
Understandably, he wanted to treat the car spouse a little better. At around 2020, he decided to fully restore the mighty off-road speed demon. Toyota didn't have the budget to restore the Celica, so in true Fujimoto fashion, he bought the car and restored it himself.
And now that car is completely new, like 1995 Safari Rally starting point.
The very car Fujimoto drove to get first place, the one seen across broadcasts as Sega Rally hit the arcade. It's going on a bit of a tour, seen on display at shows throughout Japan, with residency at Toyota's museum.
Because I want to show that car more young people. What was 30 years ago or 40 years ago, 50 years ago, the history of the motorsports. That is most important to show the people. Now, a lot of the computer things, but that time is more like more mechanical, more fighting with nature. That is motorsports. That is rally. That I want to show everybody.
At some point during the nostalgic expedition of the fixed-up machine, Fujimoto must have decided 28 years is long enough.
We went to Fukushima, which is drifting course there, and that circuit, I do roller testing, which is proper driving. It's no problem to move, work, everything.
With the look of recaptured youth on his face, the legend himself hopped in the jumpsuit and back into the Celica. He says it almost feels just as it did nearly 3 decades ago.
Their heartbeat and the feeling of the steering from tire, braking, feeling from brake pedal, acceleration. So that still I can connect everything to my brain.
Cars like this don't belong in a storage unit. The course is its home. Revisiting a chapter of his life he swore to never forget, Fujimoto flies. His time in the saddle made him long for a return to the homeland of his win. Fujimoto decided to go back to Kenya.
It has been 29 years ago. I have been there, 1995.
Announcing it on his social media, he says he's traveling there for the 2024 Safari Rally as a spectator. No racing this time. It didn't take long for old friends to notice. Pals from Kenya, colleagues in the world of racing, all ready to welcome rally royalty.
That is my second home.
Of course, Toyota caught wind too. They had him help teach a group of kids about road safety. Yeah, the rally driver. Road safety. Much of his journey was spent reconnecting with friends of his past, while soaking in the incredible amount of change this nation endured since 1995.
The capital Nairobi, so much different now. Before nothing, just the 1 or 2 buildings there. But now so many buildings. Also there's some freeway. So completely different.
To see the rally, he heads outside the capital, to Naivasha, out into the wild clutches of nature.
Yeah, still same and still people same life. But the surprising, everybody has a now mobile phone, smartphone.
Right.
Then take picture or SNS or WhatsApp or whatever, TikTok, everything.
But the enchanting landscape still matches his memories like a puzzle piece.
Still same as 30 years ago.
Perhaps the most significant change. Since 1995, Safari Rally shrunk to 1/10 of its size.
Nowadays, the stage distance used to be 3,000 K, now 300. Very short.
Eyeing today's drivers, he says Takamoto Katsuta is one we should look out for.
So I think he is going to be possible to get top of the podium, some rally. And if continue more 2-3 years, he can get a world champion. That I hope.
His main intention was to keep a low profile and watch the action from the sidelines. But for the very beginning of the race, in its first stage, they invited Fujimoto to drive the Zero car. Think of it like the pacer car in a circuit race.
That was almost standard for the Hilux pickup, like Tacoma in US.
Still a dirt-worthy vessel. It's a bit different from his wife.
Big tire, also some different 4x4 shocks. That was a little bit different feeling, but still there's a lot of water, also very muddy, some corners very slippery, so that is some fun to drive. That approach to stage, the road section is exactly same as 30 years ago the road.
Dust clouds at his back and the open road in front. He is home.
Flashback, the memory coming back.
Lived experiences can be shared with others through the art of video games. Seeing the fully restored Celica, the very machine Fujimoto used to sail across the plains, is emblematic of its legacy. Its influence on starry-eyed Sega designers put millions of people into the driver's seat, sharing one slice of a lived experience with the entire world, one that continues to be passed down generation by generation. Through the spirit of its synesthesia and eternal impact on future software, its ghost will persevere, forever reminding us to live life.
I'm very, very happy. I don't forget this winning.
Miyamoto. He, like everyone else, is coming to grips with the conditions.
Race is slippery, but looks like this. It's very good
one.
Stand up the Mitsubishi, I noticed.
In Japan, the driving is right-hand drive, but their car is mainly Europe, so that's why left-hand drive. So I have to switch left-hand drive. That is, takes time and difficult. I was driving and tried to shift change, but I opened the door. Not stick there, right?
I can end by saying, finish! There you go.
Great. Thank you. All right, take care, sir.
Okay, you too. Love it.
Game over, yeah!
Grippin' and rippin'.